The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
From Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Gettysburg to the Golden Gate Bridge, and from factories of Detroit to the fairgrounds of Des Moines, we stand on the shoulders of heroes and legends who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, tamed the wilderness, settled the continent, raised up those beautiful skyscrapers, and stood tall and defiant in the face of tyranny and death. From 1776 all the way through today, American patriots have won triumph after triumph. We've had victory after victory, and let nothing stand in the way of the USA, which we love so much. Illegal aliens lost 340,000. Now, we don't want bad for them, but look, we have a country to run, and we want to have them come in, and we want to have them help our farmers. But some of the farmers, they've had people working for them for years, and we're going to do something. We're working with Christie, and we're going to do something that we're going to sort of put the farmers in charge. And if a farmer's been with one of these people that work so hard, they bend over all day. We don't have too many people can do that, but they work very hard, and they know them very well. And some of the farmers are literally, they cry when they see this happen. If a farmer is willing to vouch for these people, in some way, Christy, I think we're going to have to just say that's going to be good, right? We're going to be good with it.
Deport all undocumented immigrants. You go back to 2015. I'm going to come to your side of the screen. It was 42%. Hello. Go to 2016. It was 36%. Look at where we are now. This was taken at the end of last year. 56%. This is 20 points higher than it was just before Trump got in office the first time. So feelings towards immigration in this country, feelings towards undocumented immigrants and deporting all of them have become considerably more hawkish. And I think that gives Donald Trump much more leverage to go with the American people and sort of have these hawkish, some might say harsh, different rhetoric and also issue-based sort of going after immigrants who are here illegally. And so I think the American people are going to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt to do what he wants to do, at least if you believe these blunt questions, including this one.
This narrow sliver of liberal, rich, white, female Democrats who nominated Mamdani, who have enough money to leave when he destroys the city, nominated this guy. The working class went for other people. But what he's going to do is end up destroying the city for the working class, defunding the police, emptying the jails, fighting against federal enforcement of our immigration laws.
To fund improvements and enhanced experiences across the park system. For this anniversary, I've just signed an executive order to raise entrance fees for foreign tourists while keeping prices low for Americans. People have worked on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously, and we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties, too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart, and we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible. And I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious radical right people, who I also happen to like a lot, they may not be quite as happy, but they'll understand, won't they? Do you think they'll understand that? You're the one that brought this whole situation up. Brooke Rollins brought it up, and she said, so we have a little problem. The farmers are losing a lot of people. And we figured it out, and we have some great stuff being written, and let the farmers be responsible.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at sas2025.com. Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, happy Monday. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio, live here from Phoenix, Arizona. What a weekend. President Donald Trump signed the big, beautiful bill on Independence Day on July 4th, signaling a massive legislative accomplishment. Tax cut, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, huge investment in border security. $175 billion for ICE. We're going to talk more about the profundity and the importance of this bill, but it is of great urgent necessity that we cover what is coming next. And yes, we are going to talk about Epstein. We're also going to have live coverage from the awful and the unspeakable tragedy happening in Kirk County and near Hunt, Texas. Just a national tragedy with the flooding issue in Texas. But you would think that, hey, we get $175 billion for ICE, we're going to get mass deportations. We're going to be able to have now the largest deportation effort ever. Yes, in theory, but in practice, there's something else afoot. Literally, the day before President Donald Trump was signing the big, beautiful bill, I got a couple phone calls from people that you would call members of the ruling class. A lot of money and a lot of connections. They said, Charlie, isn't this amazing? We passed the big, beautiful bill. I said, oh, yes, sir. And they said, now we need mass amnesty. I said, what? I said, we haven't even signed the bill yet. They said, yeah, you know, these deportations, we're going to lose the midterms because of the deportations. The people on the right, they'll understand. And we need to come to the middle, and we need to legalize the 25 million people here in this country. I was speechless. Because here I am actually thinking, a little naive, we're going to sign this big, beautiful bill, and we're actually going to get mass deportations uninterrupted from an asymmetrical attack. So we have somewhere between 20 to 50 million illegal aliens in this country. We don't actually know the numbers. These are all guesstimates. These are all just approximations. And there is a movement afoot as I am doing this broadcast. And this is bigger than anything with Epstein. This is bigger than anything with tax cuts. It is happening right now in Washington, D.C. And I can say this from firsthand experience, that people are pushing President Trump for amnesty. They are pushing him for mass legalization of illegals. Now, President Donald Trump, of course, would never push for amnesty. But President Donald Trump said something at a rally on July 3rd, and my phone lit up like you wouldn't imagine. President Donald Trump was talking about potentially doing a bipartisan compromise deal for illegals that have stolen Social Security numbers, that are illegally domiciling themselves here in the country, that are all felons. Every single one of them are felons. They're just not yet indicted felons. But if they're here illegally, you're a felon. It's against federal law. We've gone through all the different federal laws that you break by being here. And this is President Donald Trump speaking at the Iowa rally saying that we might need to do some form, he didn't use the word amnesty, but some form of soft amnesty. And I could tell you now through other reporting that I've been able to do and phone calls, there is a major push right now to do a bipartisan amnesty deal, a major push. People are trying to push the president. Hey, you got the money for ICE. Now we need to go move to the middle on immigration. Play cut 258.
People have worked for on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously. And We can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart, and we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible. And I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious radical right people, who I also happen to like a lot, they may not be quite as happy, but they'll understand, won't they? Do you think they'll understand that? You're the one that brought this whole situation up. Brooke Rollins brought it up, and she said, so we have a little problem. The farmers are losing a lot of people. And we figured it out, and we have some great stuff being written, and let the farmers be responsible.
Let the farmers be responsible. Look, I trust President Trump's instincts 100% here, but there is a group of people that are pushing President Trump very hard to stop the deportation effort and to try to have some sort of a come to the table moment of a bipartisan compromise. That we need to try to figure out how to make these people have a pathway to citizenship. Now, this is not by any means a knock on President Trump. It is a knock on people that are trying to pressure President Trump and pressure him hard. We don't know any of the details, but President Trump did say that the radical right people that he has a soft spot for wouldn't like this. Hello. Hi. I'm one of those radical right people. And I want to know what I'm not going to like. Because of all the different stuff that's in front of us, if you want to break our coalition, go and push amnesty. That right there would be a complete collapse of everything that we have worked for. Everything. So we don't know any details. But it looks as if President Trump might be in preliminary discussions. And I could tell you that there are many different discussions that I've had with people, and they are pushing it hard to create some kind of amnesty proposal aimed specifically at farm laborers in the United States. But it's more than that. It could be hotels. It could be leisure properties. We've heard the arguments about this for years. Well, the crops are going to rot in the fields. There'll be starvation. But here's the main thing that you need to know. We've tried this before. This is not some sort of new thing. And by the way, just so we are clear, I went to an event this last weekend in San Diego. J.D. Vance was there. And another person came up and said, Charlie, do you know what we need? We need to have some sort of pathway citizenship for 25 people. I said, are you guys on all some sort of group chat or something? Are you guys all just coordinating? We have not even 48 hours of the largest investment in border security, deportation, and ICE. And why are you pitching me on mass amnesty? Like, what is that all about? There's a lot of reasons for this, and one of which is the corporate class is deathly afraid that they might actually have to hire Americans and pay a higher wage. Somehow other countries are able to grow food without imported serf labor. How are they able to do that? I don't know. Apparently, we have built so many parts of our economy to be reliant on foreign criminal invaders that have come into this country. And some people, oh, we have to allow farmers to transition. No, you deport them back to their country of origin. All of them. We did not run on mass amnesty. We ran on mass deportations. We did not run on, well, you know, you can transition. Because you know who told us to transition? And I'm going to go into this in the next segment. We tried the transition argument. And we are told, hey, if we do this, Hispanics will vote Republican for a generation. Hispanics will vote right-wing for a generation. And Ronald Reagan tried this in 1986. And what is so frustrating, it's just unspeakably frustrating, we are winning Hispanics in a way we've never won them before because we are so firm on immigration. It was running against amnesty that got us Hispanic support. And I don't want to hear about people say, well, this is how we beat the Democrats. We just beat the Democrats. We know how to beat them. Don't tell me the Karl Roves of the world. Well, now here's how I beat the Democrats. Everything you have suggested the last 20 years has been wrong. On trade, on immigration, on the deep state, on the administrative state, everything you have suggested on the Iraq war, on foreign policy, it's all been wrong of the Karl Roves of the world. But now, in the year of our Lord 2025, I have to now be lectured that we are going to win back Hispanics, even though we're already winning back Hispanics, by compromising the core base as the core campaign promise of our coalition. I have full faith in President Trump that this will be largely rejected, but the push is on. And President Trump does this a lot. It's kind of a rhetorical practice. He'll throw it out at a rally. Do you like it? Do you not like it? We're going to talk about that like a trial balloon. He crowdsources his polling. But I could tell you, I know some of the people that are pushing some of this stuff. And we're going to talk more about it because it's been tried before. And this is a red line. Amnesty is a red line. ZFactor.com. I think we all know that one person who, when their head hits the pillow at night, they're out. And I'm jealous too. Most of us have trouble falling asleep or staying asleep, which means they're not getting quality sleep. Let me tell you about Z-Factor from Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Waking up is better too. You're rested and refreshed with no groggy feeling. Just call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Relax your mind and fall asleep quicker and sleep soundly with Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Let me ask you guys, would you guys support a amnesty bill? Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, YRefi.com is amazing. They are the sponsor of our upcoming Student Action Summit happening this weekend. If you don't have your tickets yet, I encourage you to get them. It's going to be an amazing event. Let's first play Cut 53. YRefi is a primary reason why this event is happening. Play Cut 53.
Student Action Summit 2025. featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of patriots, future leaders, and freedom fighters of all ages. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Okay, everybody, it's yrefi.com. YRefi is not a debt settlement company. If you know anybody that has private student loan debt, go to yrefi.com. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to be that way. Call YRefi. Can you imagine being debt-free? Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times that penalty. Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We have a lot more to say about the push for mass amnesty. You need to be on guard. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. And I just want to say our reporting has always bared out. I remember back in February, we sent out a tweet. We were at the Bitcoin.com studio that there is a push for airstrikes against Iran. Now, I think President Trump handled the Iranian situation beautifully. But when we get heads up here on the show, we're not a false alarm show. I'm telling you that there is an aggressive movement afoot for a big amnesty compromise deal. So here's what we're told. We're told that we need the workers. There's a lot wrong with that argument, but even if I would sympathize that, then they don't have to be illegal farm workers. They could potentially be seasonal workers that could come legally. We have a whole visa program for that, but even that I'm very skeptical of. But fine, there's a whole carve out in the immigration code for that. Number two is, well, it's just hard to get rid of them. I'm sorry, we do hard things in this country. We go to the moon. We build dams that are the spectacle of the world. We win world wars. We're the wealthiest country, the most generous country, the most productive country. We do tough stuff. What did I sign off with last week? I said one of the hardest, most challenging things in front of our country, which will be the most enormous public policy project in front of us, will be the mass deportation of 15 to 20 million people. No one said it's easy, but we do hard stuff in this country, and it's about the reclamation of a republic. And then number three, this is the one that I get the most animated about. Well, Charlie, amnesty means that we are going to win Hispanics for the future. This will destroy the Democrat Party. This will ruin them forever. Well, I want to give you a little bit of a history lesson. Front page of the New York Times from 1986, November 7th, 1986. Robert Peer, special the New York Times writes, President Reagan signs landmark bill on immigration. It's called the Simpson-Mazzoli Act, and I'm going to post this entire article on charliekirk.com if we're legally allowed to. This is one of the most chilling articles that you can read. It not only is it so applicable today, but all the people are the same people. It's unbelievable. Chuck Schumer was the one that pushed for mass amnesty back in 1986. They're still all there. Let me read this to you. President Reagan today signed a landmark immigration bill that prohibits employers from hiring illegal aliens. Ooh, that sounds good. And offering legal status to many illegal aliens already in the United States. So everyone thought this was great. In fact, they thought, Reagan said this, by the way, I think Reagan was a good president in a lot of ways. Reagan was also super overrated in a lot of ways. We got to stop the over-veneration of Ronald Reagan and just be honest that Ronald Reagan gave us mass amnesty, which was one of the greatest immigration mistakes next to Ted Kennedy's Nation of Immigrants nonsense. Just got to be honest. You got to call the shots as it is. We don't venerate people in history unnecessarily. And Reagan did a lot of good stuff. He's a mixture of good and bad. He's not all good or all bad. So Reagan says this. Reagan said that this was the most comprehensive immigration reform of our laws since 1952. Quote, this is Ronald Reagan. Future generations of Americans will be thankful for our efforts to humanely regain control of our borders and thereby preserve the value of one of the most sacred possessions of our people, American citizenship. I'm sorry. Did we get control of our borders thanks to Ronald Reagan? No. In fact, it got worse. There was more illegal immigration. There were more people that came into the country. But what Ronald Reagan did is Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to millions of people that broke into the country before him because he thought that we would win them over for a generation, that we would win over the Hispanics and they would all be Republican. Mr. Reagan continued. Oh, Barney Frank is in here too. It's like all the same people. This is one of my favorite parts. Chuck Schumer says, quote, "The bill is a gamble." This is from 1986, a riverboat gamble. "There's no guarantee that employer sanctions will work or that amnesty will work. We are headed into uncharted waters." Mr. Schumer said the current situation was unacceptable. The government caught 1.8 million illegal aliens in the fiscal year ended in September 30th, an increase of about 30% a year. So about 2 million people were coming across the border a year. And by the way, back in 1986, you weren't allowed to talk about mass deportations. You weren't able to talk about the wall. So what did Ronald Reagan do? Ronald Reagan said, we're going to give them all amnesty. And we're going to have a lot of teeth to the bill. Guess what? All the teeth of the bill got struck down by the court as being racist. So all of the good stuff of the bill got struck down, and all of the other measures weren't even enforced. But you know what, of course, was upheld was amnesty. New York Times writes, there's no way to know how many illegal aliens in the United States are. This is 7 years before I was born, to give you an idea. 7 years before I was born, we had this exact same debate. And we did it, and we tried it, and it was a catastrophe. Not only did it create more illegal immigrants, the border remained open, and no, the Hispanics all of a sudden were not Reaganites. They became the base of the Democrat Party. They became the base of the modern left. Do you know why? And here's what no one wants to talk about. When you give them amnesty, a lot of them are then eligible for government benefits, and they can then seamlessly go on food stamps, on welfare, chain migration, and they don't all of a sudden start wearing MAGA hats. I don't know how you win over Hispanics. Do what Donald Trump did, because we won over Hispanics. It's not amnesty. It's mass deportations. Be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is set to sign a new executive order this afternoon. He'll also meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House this evening. The Prime Minister touched down earlier this morning and will meet with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff before sitting down with the president. The proposed ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, which could pause the fighting in Gaza, will likely be on the agenda. Before leaving Israel, the Prime Minister said that work is underway to achieve that deal. He also said President Trump, quote, can definitely help advance this outcome, which we all hope for. The meeting may also be an opportunity for the allies to take a victory lap of sorts related to the so-called 12-day war with Iran, which ended with the U.S. demolishing Iran's latest nuclear or largest nuclear facilities. And with so much happening at the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt preparing to kick the week off with her latest press briefing. It's slated to get underway at the top of the hour. We'll, of course, have live coverage here on Real America's Voice. Plus, RAV's chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn will be in the new media seat today. Among the issues we expect the press secretary to discuss are the deadly floods in Texas, along with the president's upcoming visit with Israeli counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu. Tariffs and the reaction to the signing and implementation of the One Big Beautiful Bill will likely be topics of conversation as well. And trade, likely part of the conversation today. President Trump says he's expecting finalization of several trade agreements in the coming days. The commander-in-chief also saying that countries will be notified of higher tariff rates by Wednesday.
President Trump's going to be sending letters to some of our trading partners saying that if you don't move things along, then on August 1st, you will boomerang back to your April 2nd tariff level. So I think we're going to see a lot of deals very quickly.
Letters are also expected to go out to 100 smaller companies with whom the U.S. doesn't have much trade and notify them that they'll face higher tariff rates starting August 1st as well. In most cases, countries will face at least a 10% base tariff rate unless they reach an agreement with the Trump administration laying out different terms. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. You said My Patriot Supply, guys. Is that right? MyPatriotSupply.com. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. Look, the headlines are getting darker by the day. Escalating global conflicts, shaky supply chains, and unstable power grid. Feels like we're one crisis away from total chaos. That's why I finally took a step to what I've been meaning to do for years. I got the 3-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. This is a company that I personally trust, and I think you guys will really enjoy being able to say that you are protected in case of things falling apart. MyPatriotSupply.com/Kirk. That is MyPatriotSupply.com/Kirk. With lightning fast free shipping, it could be at your door in just 2 to 3 days. So just head to MyPatriotSupply.com/KIRK for peace of mind your family deserves. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by MyPatriotSupply.com. Okay, so in a second, we're going to throw to Ben Berquam live in Texas, but I have to finish this thought, and it's just terrible what's happening in Texas, and we're going to spend some attention. But I have to finish this. People are saying, Charlie, what about Epstein? Charlie, what about Iran and Netanyahu visiting? I said, look, all that is worthy of maybe a segment. That pales in comparison. Listen to me. That pales in comparison to the civilizational import of whether or not we have deportations or amnesty. All of that is small ball. The Epstein thing we can talk about. We need to deconstruct the administrative state. We need to unseal documents. I agree with all that stuff. Got it. I'm on board for all of it. I have as many questions as you have about all that. But I am a step ahead and trying to say, listen, this amnesty push could ruin everything. Now, I want to listen to you. I want you to listen to this. This is Ronald Reagan, who a lot of people think is wonderful. I think it's fine. I think he's generally a good president. There's a lot of things he did well. More than anything else, he loved America and was a believer in America and had good intentions. And I think he was a patriot. And he did help dismantle the Soviet Union, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for it, but Reagan exploded the deficit. He expanded the United States military unnecessarily. He never assailed the deep state, and he did mass amnesty. He's also responsible for no-fault divorce in California, all sorts of stuff. But mass amnesty was the greatest legislative accomplishment of his term. It was the one that he regretted the most in his later years. And look, you got a grade on a curve. The Cold War was big, and so I want to be very clear and fair about that. This is Ronald Reagan bragging about this piece of legislation. This is Ronald Reagan telling us that people come from all over the world to become Americans. He's pitching mass amnesty to you. This is Ronald Reagan saying that anybody can be an American. And it's so neoliberal idealistic. And at the end of his little diatribe here is one of the more nauseating one-liners from neoliberals, where he says, we get our strength from people around the world. Hold on, time out here. We get our strength from our culture. If a nation got their strength from people who just visited and moved there, then France would be amazing right now. London would be incredible. Germany would be the greatest country in the world. Europe would be a great example of mass migration. It is just pure, shallow, neoliberal garbage. It's just Reagan not thinking very deeply, reading his words on a piece of paper. This was the Republican Party before Trump. But I want you to think about what he's saying here as he's signing mass amnesty. He's saying that people that come to the country, that's where we derive our strength from. Play cut 278.
You can go to live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go to live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or Japanese. But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American. For it's the great life force of each generation of new Americans that guarantees that America's triumph shall continue unsurpassed into the next century and beyond. Other countries may seek to compete with us, but in one vital area, as a beacon of freedom and opportunity that draws the people of the world, no country on earth comes close. Because unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost.
If we ever close the door on new Americans, our leadership would be lost. That's how you got Zohran Mamdani. That's how you got Ilhan Omar. That's how you got Rashida Tlaib. That ridiculous pablum that Reagan was pushing. Oh, if we ever close the door on Kenyan refugees, ever close the door on people from Uganda, that's how you have allowed the nation to be infiltrated by Islamists, third worlders, Haitians that do not assimilate. I got to get to Ben Bergquam. I've gone way over time on this. But be wary, everybody. Be on guard. Because on the heels of this phenomenal legislative accomplishment by President Trump on the border, you knew D.C. wasn't going to allow it because they sucked it up to vote for all that border security and that deportation money, and they were whispering, but we're getting amnesty next. We got to nip this in the bud. Not going to happen. Red line. And I trust President Trump to come to that conclusion declaratively. What he said at the rally, I'll defend it. It's just rhetorical trial ballooning poll testing. Joining us now is Ben Bergquam. Ben, I know you're in Kirk County, Texas right now, and I want to cover that tragedy. But just very quickly, what did mass amnesty do to California? And then we'll talk about what's happening in Texas.
Yeah, it destroyed California. I was living there. I grew up, parents were missionaries in Africa, and we ended up in California right after in '89. And we lived from the Pete Wilson era, following Ronald Reagan as governor, to Pete Wilson, to seeing that state go from the glory that it was to our country to a dismal piece of crap state. I mean, to use articulate language, it's garbage now, and in large part because of mass amnesty. You're 100% right. You know who was one of the biggest proponents or opponents of mass amnesty? Was Cesar Chavez. He was out there fighting against it. They didn't want this. All of these, the Farm Labor Union, all these guys hated illegal immigration. They didn't want it. But we allowed this to happen, and now this lie that mass amnesty is something good for Republicans in difficult seats, it's just an absolute lie, and I hope you're right. I hope that was a trial balloon. I was at the rally when he said it, and the entire crowd went silent. There was no cheers for it. MAGA does not want that. No amnesty, deport all illegals. That's what MAGA wants.
So Ben, thank you for that. Now let's go to what's going on in Texas. It's a unspeakable, terrible tragedy. What do we need to know about what's going on in Texas? Walk us through what happened the last couple of days. How did this happen, and how can people help?
Yeah, it is an unspeakable tragedy. I was actually on my way home for the 4th of July. It was the first 4th of July I was going to be able to spend with my family in 4 years. I was driving, almost got to Texarkana, and then I got message that that this was happening, turned around, came back down here. And all I can think is, I miss my family for 4th of July, but at least I get to go home and see them. Most up-to-date numbers we just got this morning from the sheriff and city administrators, 82 dead with 55 adults, 27 children, 10 of these children from the Mystic Camp, this Christian summer camp, that are still unaccounted for. And I asked the question, what are we talking? What's the total universe of missing? And I've been asking that the last 3 days, and I have not gotten an answer. Today, they said the same thing. They can't give an answer. I said, well, are we talking dozens or hundreds? And the response was a lot. So you can read into that what that means. It's not dozens. And so that's where we're at right now. This was a catastrophic weather event. I also followed up the question, and not to get in the weeds on geoengineering and the rest of it, but there's no question about it. Texas, a lot of these dry areas have been using cloud seeding for years to help the farmers in these areas. Last year was one of the driest years on record. In fact, the river actually stopped running last year, and so they've been using it. And I just asked the question, is there, as the mainstream media is going after this, trying to pin this on President Trump, I think it's legitimate. That's not legitimate, but what's legitimate is to say, are there other factors that played into this? The fact that this storm came and stopped, basically parked over Texas for hours and hours and hours, and instead of jumping 4 inches to 6 inches of rain, it dumped over 15 in some locations. That's where we're at right now. It's a tragedy. These kids should have, hopefully, you think back and you think, man, we should have gotten them out of there. But coming from Arkansas, watching these weather patterns come up, you see this all the time. Flood warning, flood watch. You never think. I'm standing, just to give you perspective. You can see the broken down truck behind me. If I turn the camera, you can see the river in the distance there. I'm standing 15 feet underwater where this flood was. The bridge back behind me there, the water went all the way up to the top of that bridge. So the amount of water we're talking about is really unimaginable, and it's something that doesn't happen. So anybody out there saying, well, you should have known, you should have done, we could talk about all that stuff after the fact. We definitely need to look at that. Should we have flood sirens like we have tornado sirens? Definitely worth talking about. But right now, the entire focus is on finding those 10 missing girls and the rest of the missing, now presumed, moving from that rescue to recovery. We're in that phase now, 72 hours. Very few rescues will happen. We keep praying, though, and that's my message to everyone. Your final question, how can people help? There is a community, Hill Country Community Foundation that's set up. I would ask you guys, don't give your money to Red Cross. Give your money local to the local community. They know how best to spend it, and it's the Community Foundation of the Hill Country. You can go on the City of Kerrville's Facebook page. You can get all the details there. That's where I would ask you to send the money, send your donations. Don't come here. Don't try to do your own investigations, do your own recovery efforts. Don't do that. Let these guys do it. It is being handled. President Trump, Kristi Noem, Governor Abbott, down to the local. These guys, I've never seen an operation so efficient and so good. So keep them in your prayers. Keep the family in your prayers. And if you want to contribute, do it to the local communities.
Okay, really quick, 1 minute remaining, though, Ben. People are blaming President Trump for this. What is your response to that?
Yeah, it's absolute nonsense. I watched East Palestine. I watched North Carolina and Tennessee, the dismal failures of the last administration when they were wasting all of our money, trillions of our dollars on things, on garbage. What President Trump is he is a businessman. He's an efficient businessman. Everything he does, the decisions he makes are strategic to making decisions that help our country. Everyone from the top down has said all of that is absolute nonsense. The reaction, the response we're seeing here is the best response I've ever seen. Again, having covered all those other disasters from the local, the state, and the federal level, this is by far the best response I've ever seen. Anyone saying otherwise is a liar.
Ben Berquam, God bless you. I hope you get home to your family soon. Thanks for your great work. Thank you. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. More on amnesty after the break.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. My daughter gave me a new animal this morning to show you, a little dog. We're going to name him Sparky. So she's watching right now. Hello. We have the little dog right here. You see, the other day we had Nemo. Today we have Sparky. I have quite the collection here. I could put it right on my laptop. See? I don't know if you guys can see that. There you go. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our Student Action Summit. Let's play Cut 51. This weekend, play Cut 51.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
This weekend, we have Pete Hegseth, we have Kristi Noem, we have Tucker Carlson, we have Megyn Kelly, we have Don Jr., we have Steve Bannon, we have Greg Gutfeld, we have Laura Ingraham, we have Ross Ulbricht, we have Tom Homan, who's going to talk all about deportations. Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Ben Carson, Brett Cooper, Michael Knowles, Brandon Tatum, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, Savannah Chrisley, Michael Watley, Anna Paulina, James O'Keefe, Scott Jennings, Jillian Michaels, Chris Pavlovsky, Riley Gaines, Josh Hammer, and a debate between Dave Smith and Josh Hammer about Israel, which will definitely be seen around the world. I will be moderating that debate between Dave Smith and Josh Hammer. Hopefully we're going to get to some, agreement, clarity. SAS2025.com. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Here I have little dog Sparky. Puts all things in perspective. I hope you guys had a wonderful Independence Day weekend. We're going to cover the Epstein files thing. But in some ways, I just want to take a step back. I want to make sure you guys understand. On the Epstein thing, it's important. It's all about the administrative state. But you have to rank things in terms of importance. Our 30,000-foot view right now, and we have Mike Benz coming up in the next hour. So we're going to talk all about Epstein stuff. We'll have plenty. I want all of your Epstein questions. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, because I got a lot of questions. I was texting people last night, a lot of questions. But as we were planning this program, I said, look, the most important thing is I'm hearing all the chatter. I'm on these group texts, and then I'm getting pitched. And I whenever someone pitches me on mass amnesty, I say, guys, do you watch the Charlie Kirk show? The big three objections, and I just want to go through them again, is that it's hard to get rid of them. We totally agree. We know it's hard, but we do hard stuff in America. By the way, we have self-deportations, we have ICE, we have all that. And then we have number two, they say, well, so after it's hard is number one. Number two is that, well, it's going to be economically disruptive. Okay, I can understand that to a certain extent. But there are legal carve-outs for seasonal workers. There's H-2B visas. Now, I'm very skeptical about that. I have a lot of concerns about it, but that's a thing. It exists. So you don't have to march across the border and illegally domicile yourself. Now, the H-2B visa, they're supposed to go home. Again, I don't trust it, so maybe ICE can be involved in that and manage it. So that's a whole other component. But that still exists. That's a thing on the books. And then the third of which is the one that it's just someone that does not have any political pulse on where the current MAGA movement is. Because if we were to do mass amnesty or anything adjacent to mass amnesty, and look, they're not going to call it amnesty because we have sufficiently been able to define the terms when it comes to amnesty. Reading this unbelievable, I'm going to read more of this story, this New York Times story, is this. You will see a 10 to 15, maybe 20% disappearance of the MAGA voter. If you were to do any form adjacent to amnesty, you would see an evaporation, a disappearance. Andrew says more than that, in my opinion. If you even flirt with this idea, it is by far the number one idea. And let's be honest, guys. Again, Blake is going to hate this. So Blake's in South Dakota right now in great American country, but I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. He's going to hate this. We have all within a couple weeks, we have a potential schism over foreign policy. We have the Epstein thing, and then we have the amnesty push. If you were trying to divide the movement, and if you were trying to basically demoralize, especially the under 35 base that we have helped build. And I sent this to a White House staffer. I said, guys, if you are trying to make my job the hardest possible job, have like the murkiest statement on Epstein imaginable, which is kind of what it was. And then you have the whole foreign policy thing, which, again, President Trump navigated well, but still, there's some tough feelings. We got to heal those. We got to remedy that. I'm much more on President Trump's side than that, but I know the audience that I represent. And then you just have a gut punch, potentially, of amnesty on top of that. This is cut 252. Hold on. Is it 252? Which one? I want to make sure I get the right one because we're running out of time. Which one is the best one? Oh, yeah. This is 250. We need amnesty because the American people want to know. Actually, people want mass deportations. Play cut 250.
Deporting all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times. Marquette, 64%. CBS News, 57%. ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
55, 64, 57, 56. You can't get a majority agreement on anything, and that is all illegal aliens. America has been overrun. We have been the charity case of the third world. Biden showed open borders in its full horror, and we are sick of being overrun. So we have a mandate to solve this. Voters voted for this. So why are we even whispering about potentially some sort of bipartisan compromise, especially when 1986 is flagrantly in our face and we're winning Hispanics in major numbers? This is the red line. And I think President Trump is going to come to that conclusion. But we must stay the course. We must not get weak in the knees. Stay focused. This is what the American people voted for. It's the biggest thing happening in the country. We'll talk Epstein after the break.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
and more people are learning about living healthier and losing weight, not just pounds, and they're doing so by tuning into our Energized Health segments with John Jubilee. Hi, everyone. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. Allow me to introduce you to a couple that not only tuned into John Jubilee, but also jumped right in.
But I have lost 53 pounds since we started.
Okay, my weight change was 17 pounds. I'm melting away. Well, the cool thing is we are 86 inches closer together. We tell everybody it has brought us together, but not just physically, spiritually as well.
Oh, absolutely.
John Jubilee joining us again this morning on how your health truly impacts everything else in your life. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
So let's start there. Health really is the key. It's the foundation. Everything else emanates from it.
Well, it really does, Terrence. You see that couple, and yeah, you know, they lost almost 100 pounds of fat. They lost 86 inches. So it brought them closer together physically, literally physically, 86 inches closer. That's funny that she said that, right? But notice then she immediately said, and we're closer together spiritually. And why does that happen? Well, it's because when we're struggling, when we're broken, or we've got those things holding us back physically, we can't be who we're really supposed to be spiritually or mentally either. We can't show up for our spouse because we can't even show up for ourselves. And so it all just starts with taking that first step of saying, okay, what's in my hand? What can I control? Well, you know what? I can choose to do a scientific health protocol that for sure is going to take care of my physical side. And then at Energized Health, to my knowledge, we're the only all-encompassing, science-backed, medically approved program that deals with all three, with the spirit, the soul, and the body.
And I'm glad you brought up, and you kind of touched on relationships, because there are studies out there that basically say when someone doesn't feel well physically or emotionally, they tend to create distance in their marriages, their friendships, and their other family dynamic relationships. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, Terrence, it's a natural thing. I mean, we don't really think about it, but it's true for all of us. And so, you know, let's just take a migraine headache. If you have a migraine headache, well, you know, can you be loving to your spouse? Can you even listen to what they're saying, let alone try to meet their needs? Well, of course not. Why? Because you're debilitated. All you're thinking about is, I want this headache to go away. Or if you have joint pain, you don't realize it, but subconsciously, all you're thinking is, I'm in pain. I want this pain to go away. You know, there's a saying, Terrence, that, you know, a person with perfect health has 100 dreams, but a person with poor health has one dream. They just want to be healthy. And that's the power of our health. Like, if we don't have our health, it becomes the all-encompassing thing, and all we think about is, I want to feel better, I feel bad, I want to feel better, I feel bad. We can't really show up in relationships for our children, for our grandchildren, for our spouse. But if health is the thing to go focus on first, and Terrence, I can go to the highest authority on the planet, you know, which is God's word in the Holy Bible. He said, beloved, I wish above all things, it's in the Bible, I wish above all things that you be in health. Because God knew if we didn't have our health, we can't show up for anyone in life without our health.
And that's where you come in. You're showing up to help people get healthier. Tell them how they can get in contact with you and start the program. It's about 30 seconds.
Yeah. So guys, listen, we've been helping people for 28 years, tens of thousands. This is medically approved program. And so go log on to Energized Health, ENERGIZED, energizedhealth.com. Watch the master class and schedule a free breakthrough call, and let us help you be your best.
Johnny J, John Jubilee, always good to see you, my friend. We appreciate your time. That's a quick check of your news break. We appreciate you being here with us.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Mike Benz, the Foundation for Freedom Online. You can find him on X at Mike Benz Cyber. Mike, we're going to try to get through as much as we can with you. Mike, let's just start with the facts for those people that were enjoying a Sunday evening. You see, this is how perverse this all is. Here I am on this beautiful Sunday evening, and the sun is setting, and the Cubs are up 11-0 at Wrigley Field on Sunday Night Baseball against the wretched St. Louis Cardinals. My phone is lighting up like a Christmas tree all about Epstein. I said, whoever is responsible for this will be forever scorned in my life. I said, I had a beautiful Sunday evening. The Cubs are finally good for the first time in a decade, and my daughter's watching the Cubs, and I have to worry about Epstein. So what is it that got me so distracted away from the Cubs up 11-0 against the St. Louis Cardinals? Mike Benz.
Well, we don't fully know yet because this is all happening both quickly and then kind of no official word. This is basically an Axios exclusive that published what they said was and the official results of the Justice Department investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, with the Justice Department concluding that Epstein killed himself, that Epstein had no client list, and you know that effectively there was no further investigations pending into the Epstein affair, at least related to many of these key issues that so many people have been concerned about for the past several decades now, but especially since 2019. Particularly, I think the new information on there after what the FBI has been saying is the idea that there's no client list, that there's that effectively the reference to that Pam Bondi made earlier this year, that the Jeffrey Epstein client list was sitting on her desk for review, that it actually did not exist at all, is what that document suggests. Now, what's interesting is we don't know how official that is from Axios. They posted a DOJ document on their news article write-up, and then within hours of uploading it, they removed the document from the article. Now, I don't know if that's because of a potential legal action from the Justice Department against them. It does not appear that the Justice Department gave them this exclusive, I should say, because there's no quotes from senior DOJ officials around it. There's not, to my knowledge, been official acknowledgement by the Justice Department of this Axios report. But effectively, the internet pulled the document before Axios deleted it, and now this appears to be. So really quick. So Mike, let's assume that it's real, because the reason why I think it might be real is no one has publicly come out and said it's not. So we haven't seen like hey, we're going after a leaker type thing. So let's just assume you might be right that it's real. What did we learn? They said that there is no client list, but we're not getting the victims list.
Will there be any files disclosed, and also talk about the comment on how Jeffrey Epstein died?
Right. Well, this now gives a Justice Department ratification, assuming that this is all true. This gives a Justice Department ratification to what we've heard from the FBI for the past several months, that Epstein killed himself. And this coming from the Justice Department is much, much bigger than it coming from the FBI. The FBI is the investigative arm of the Justice Department, but the Justice Department is really the keeper of all information. The elephant in the room around the Epstein story has always been the Justice Department's 2008 sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein, where the senior DOJ official, Alex Acosta, reportedly said that he was, quote, told to back off Epstein because he belonged to intelligence. That was then effectively, left a giant neutron bomb in Washington about how all of the potential child sex trafficking and Wall Street deal making and sort of covert arms dealing and everything that else that Epstein was involved in went much bigger than one kind of perverted megalomaniac figure, but was rather tied to the highest levels of power in Washington, D.C. Now, at the time, the head of the Justice Department, Bill Barr, when Epstein died, was not only personally connected to the Epstein affair through Donald Barr, Bill Barr's father, who, of course, was with Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton School. Donald Barr was a part of the founding of the Central Intelligence Agency, and Bill Barr himself began his career, his first 7 years at the CIA. So there's been lingering questions for this Justice Department being more independent from those networks to be able to get answers. Now, effectively, there really has been none on that side of it. There's no supporting evidence that's provided in this Axios leak about the contents of what was reviewed. For example, we don't know what conversations Pam Bondi may have had or not had with John Ratcliffe, the CIA director. We don't know what search queries were put into CIA files or cables with reference to Epstein or the network. Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who was reportedly made that statement about Epstein belonging to intelligence, and then when he was questioned about it, when he became a cabinet secretary official as the head of the Department of Labor for the Trump administration, publicly when he was questioned about it, he said he could neither confirm nor deny, which I think everyone thought was about as shady as it gets. And then a very strange Justice Department Office of Professional Responsibility investigation only relegated the intelligence question to a single footnote where they reportedly asked Acosta a kind of tangential leading question saying, did you have knowledge that Epstein was an intelligence asset? Acosta said no, but that's a very easy no if you don't have firsthand knowledge. Any lawyer would tell you answer only the question that you're asked, not
So
not any
really quick,
color
Mike,
on it.
we have a break. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off because your commentary is always phenomenal. But is it true that there's a missing safe from Jeffrey Epstein after the FBI raid? Is that correct?
I don't know about the contents of that. I've read essentially secondhand reports on it. I don't know about what the FBI's knowledge on that is. And part of this is we're all operating in a vacuum because there's been no real transparency. When Tulsi Gabbard did the JFK files drop, they put 80,000 documents in a giant WikiLeaks style index and said, Internet, have at it. And that, I think, was a phenomenal example of how you at least engage with the public. Even if the answers are not satisfactory, you're at least showing your work. Here are the files that we saw. Now you see them. Come to your own conclusion. Here's our conclusion. This has not been done in the Epstein case. We're getting, trust me, we've made this determination without any supporting files.
Well, and I know very little about, again, I know the people involved. I know Cash, I know Bongino, I know Pam Bondi. So I tilt towards trust. But do you trust what we're being told here, Mike?
Well, the issue is I don't operate on trust. I think that Cash and Dan are phenomenal, and I don't think that this is an FBI thing, frankly. I think that when you're talking about the foreign intelligence networks that Epstein was involved in since 1981, this is his whole story.
Well,
runs
but
through
let's just
CIA.
sorry. But do you mean Israeli intelligence, Saudi intelligence? What do you think he was likely a attaché for?
I think you have a global network here that spans the Central Intelligence Agency in the U.S., that spans British intelligence, Israeli intelligence, Saudi intelligence. How does Jeffrey Epstein go to be the primary financial embezzler? But the embezzler for Adnan Khashoggi, the guy who personally negotiated and fronted the money for the arms for hostages, when we were running missiles to Iran. During the Iran-Contra scandal.
Look, an even better argument, that's a good one, is that this guy goes from a math teacher to living a multiple billionaire type lifestyle with some of the most incredible real estate ever. And no one has any records of trades from this guy, ever.
Adnan Khashoggi worked directly with the Central Intelligence Agency for all of it. The head of the BCCI bank testified to that in person during that scandal's emergence and made hundreds of...
We have you for another one. Yes. Sorry. One sec, Mike. I got to get to this. ReliefFactor.com. Living with everyday aches and pains is like having a voice that always says, no, you can't do that. No, don't play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living your life. Go to ReliefFactor.com or go to a 3-week quick start. It's only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Check it out, ReliefFactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. See how with less pain you can do, to more of everything you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. This Friday is our event for all ages in Tampa, Florida. Game Changer, SAS2025.com. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. There's breaking news here on the program. Let's see here. I'm going to play this, just kind of read this tweet here. Following our segment here in Hour 1, multiple Republican members of Congress, including Senator Eric Schmidt, Randy Fine, come out immediately against any form of mass amnesty following our program that D.C. forces are pushing President Trump for it. So we already have lawmakers that are following the narrative that is established here on this program. And so thank you guys for supporting this program and for being in the trenches. YRefi.com. YRefi, they're great supporters of this program. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion that is labeled as distressed. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefi can get them released from the loan and you can give mom or dad a break. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times that penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Go to YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. Do you hear that pop? That is the sound of the trial balloon that has been on this program. We'll be right back. Just a reminder, we have our Student Action Summit. All ages are welcome. It is a game-changer event. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio coming up this weekend, SAS2025.com. All right, Mike, I cut you off. So, Mike, I think that you and I both believe that he had some sort of relationship with foreign intelligence and maybe domestic intelligence. There's just no way he was able to get that magnitude of wealth that quickly. With being a vastly unimpressive person when you met him in person. I never met him, but a lot of people met him that I know that, of course, were not involved in his whole scheme. And they just said, this guy's underwhelming. Like, this guy was not some sort of brainiac. He was kind of just very crass and very obviously into women. That was his whole thing. But so here's my question, Mike. Why the shift where we were told there was a client list and now it doesn't exist? Was that a rhetorical misstep, or do you think it suggests something else?
Well, it is very possible that Pam Bondi was referring to the so-called Little Black Book, which was partially admitted into evidence during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and that referred to contacts and addresses rather than a formal client list. I think that is possible. But to me, the great unanswered question here is, why are we asking about the FBI when we should be talking about the CIA and getting answers on that question? Because the CIA question will get you to the foreign intelligence aspects. There's simply no way on planet Earth that the Central Intelligence Agency does not have documents at least referencing Jeffrey Epstein, given that his whole life story for the 30 years preceding his death was a CIA story. Jeffrey Epstein was in the middle of Iran-Contra, the CIA operation to run guns to the Nicaraguan Contras and to funnel arms to Iran in illicit, covert arms dealings with Adnan Khashoggi as the middleman, and Jeffrey Epstein was the financial fixer for that. It was Jeffrey Epstein who personally negotiated the transfer of the CIA's proprietary
We're interrupting
airline.
this program for a special live report.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. Terrence Bates here. Let's go to the White House, where White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is at the podium.
Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide every assistance available. The situation on the ground remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements. Tonight, President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the president will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the president will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met the once-in-a-generation moment and codified the Make America Great Again agenda into law. After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured his trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat. Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. I want to comment on that again.
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false, and it's just sad that people are pushing these lies.
Can you just give one more?
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me, and as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do, and if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration abused this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further. Thank you, Brian. Megan.
Secretary Bessent said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea, but if any other major U.S. trading partners are getting letters today.
Sure, yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today, and there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet, and that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president, and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu today, I was just wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire proposal that Israel supports that was sent to Hamas, and we hope that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind, so that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that, and these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it, and the President said it many times, you want to see an end to the war in Gaza. Will he give guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end? Because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And how do you see the next day? What the next day in Gaza will look like?
Look, right now the president is focused on today and to get the Hamas to agree to this ceasefire. I don't want to comment on the details of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
Kristen. Two questions. Thank you, Caroline. Sure. The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA, given what officials have said is their critical role on the ground now in Texas?
Look, the president wants to ensure American citizens always have what they need during times of need. Whether that assistance comes from states or the federal government, that's a policy discussion that will continue. And the president has always said he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOGE, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies. The San Antonio office was operating with 11 forecasters, and as Brian said, the union themselves said that there was adequate staffing. So I think those words speak for themselves, and the numbers speak for themselves. This was a once-in-a-century flash flood, a tragic natural disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more. Hold on. One more.
Sure. I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael, in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. Comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Okay. Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago, I said the president thought maybe an Iran deal was not necessary, but of course the president is always interested in peace and diplomacy. That remains true, and the administration continues to be in contact, both directly and indirectly, with the Iranians on a deal.
And then on tariffs, you're now delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. Is that an acknowledgement that perhaps the administration found it more difficult to negotiate these trade deals, or whatever happened to 90 deals in 90 days?
No, it's an acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests. Josh.
A couple more on the tariffs. You said about 12 more letters. There were about 55 or so countries, including the EU as a bloc, that were facing this tariff increase. All of those, to understand you correctly, are now deferred to August 1st, right?
Correct.
And on the 12, what happens with the remaining, whatever it would be, 40 something?
So just 12 today. There will be additional letters in the coming days.
So all of them are going to get a letter at some point?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me why he decided to start with South Korea and Japan? Are they annoying him?
It's the president's prerogative, and those are the countries he chose.
And on the sectoral tariffs, it's our understanding that these continue to be a separate track. We're still waiting on a bunch of those.
That's right.
Is there any timing update on when he's going to move on, for instance, semiconductor tariffs and other things that are still in the hopper?
I don't have a timing update, but for where they are in the process, I would defer you to the Department of Commerce.
Should we expect deals finally as well? He announced this Vietnam deal. Are you close on any other countries?
The president and the administration, yes, we are close. But again, the president wants to ensure these are the best deals possible. And I would add just one more thing on trade and tariffs to wrap it up. Look at the extensive work this president has put into cutting these good deals and doing what's right for the American worker. He is literally looking at the map and looking at every country on the planet and seeing where they are ripping off the American people, seeing where they have hollowed out our industrial base, seeing where our jobs have gone to other countries overseas because of their tariff policies, and he's trying to correct that. So this is decades of bad trade policy that has led to a deficit that is ravaging our country, that is ravaging our middle class, and the president is taking a very deliberate approach to correcting this wrong of many decades, of many past presidents. And so I think he should be commended for the time and the effort that he is putting into this. And the fact that he has announced a framework with China, a trade deal with the United Kingdom, a trade deal with Vietnam, and many others to come in just a matter of 6 months is truly historic, and it's a testament to this president and his trade team who are working around the clock to get this done. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions on Iran. What's the permanent deal with Iran looks like for the president, and what issues related to Iran should it cover? And secondly, has the president seen the interview with Iranian president, which he says that the United States president, Mr. Trump, is capable enough to guide the regions toward a peace and a brighter future and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict? Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think it's true that the president is the right man for the job to move this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction.
Follow-up?
Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then in front of you.
Okay, a couple questions for you. First,
y'all need name tag signs.
First question on the flooding in Texas.
Sure.
I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours, so while many people were likely sleeping. Can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping, because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later, at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of flash flooding. At 6:22 p.m. July 3rd, National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning, highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Caryville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
One question on education funding
Go
for
ahead.
states
Thank you very
and
much.
local
I appreciate it,
districts.
Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
And also a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me? Hi, Caroline. Thank you.
And then you can go too, since you're so eager.
Ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a rebuilding of Gaza once this war is over. This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings, and the president has a big heart. He wants this to be a prosperous, safe part of the region where people and families can thrive, and there will be a need for a real rebuilding effort when the time comes. But right now we need to end this war, and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight?
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Right, thank you.
Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE, Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that? And do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if...
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump already saw the letter that the Colombian president Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires in Colombia. Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you.
Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics. First,
I love how excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go out.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from to avoid being subject to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On the legal immigrants, Registrar Tom Homan told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 legal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to hire additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in the upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place because of their efforts. And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work that they are already doing. And I think every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you, Caroline, so much.
Raquel, and then I can go to you.
So much.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
As promised, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, he's talking about now the ceasefire, but does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump," for the aid and for the meals that they have received, because the previous administration never did that for some reason. But this president, again, wants to see peace and stability in the region. So as I outlined previously, he views this part of the region as having a real chance at being peaceful and prosperous. But again, we need to end this war. We need to get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian Youth. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians? Was that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight related to the region and just the entire world. So this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Given the fact, this is on the trade letters, given the fact that the president put into effect the tariffs on April 2nd and then put the pause into place, is the president at all concerned that these countries that are receiving the letters won't take them seriously because the deadline seems to have shifted already and may shift again?
They will take the letters seriously because they have taken the president seriously. And that's why the president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal. And this administration is working hard to ensure those deals are in the best interest of the American people. And this delay, again, is in the best interest of the American people. And you all will continue to see these letters released on the president's Truth Social. And we will see you all later. Thank you, guys.
That was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at the podium hosting her first press briefing of the week. You may have noticed that our colleague, Brian Glenn, was in the new media seat there representing Real America's Voice, our White House correspondent. In case you happen to miss it, here was his question.
A little bit of
breaking news, the Department of Homeland Security moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to...
We'll have more from the White House press briefing coming up here just a little bit. But now, let's get you over to Human Events Daily with Jack Bolling, which is getting underway right
now. This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
Picked up the book one rainy afternoon. Unhumans on the cover, felt like I was in a saloon. Turned the pages slow, the Bolshevik lies came through. Filthy reds, but Jack and Joshua, they know what to do. We're fighting back. He tells the story of secrets and a mystery. The hidden tales of the communist history. Now I know the truth, what really went down. So now I'm real human. Finally got my hands on that book. I'm diving into its pages. I'm taking a closer look from the Russian Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's very special edition of Human Events Daily. And we're calling it the Year of the Unhumans. And today is the 1 year anniversary of the release of the book, Unhumans, The Secret History of Communist Revolutions and How to Crush Them. Written by myself and co-authored by Joshua Lysek. It went on, and we're very honored by the response of all of you in the audience, the amount of people who supported this. It did become a #1 Publishers Weekly bestseller, a USA Today bestseller, and also New York Times bestseller list. Yes, in fact, it sold so many copies that even the New York Times was not able to brush it under the rug. And I want to say that what was, I think, the impact of the book wasn't anything special that I did or that Joshua did. It was the impact of the stories. It was the impact of the stories, bringing it forward to say, we're not going to talk about communism as this loose collection of falsity. We're not going to argue or debate with the communists. We're going to tell you the stories of what the communists do. We're going to tell you about what they always do. We're going to tell you what they do. And then we argued that you would see those things play out over time in reality. Well, there's just certain things that we couldn't possibly have known when we wrote the book. So we wrote the book in spring of 2024. We released the book in early July. The guy who wrote the foreword to the book, Stephen K. Bannon, was sent to jail, federal prison, as a political prisoner just days after the release of the book. We even released a special political prisoner edition where he signed several hundred copies of it. And then, just a few days after the release of the book, in fact, the same week that the book was released, when we warned, and everybody trashed us saying there will be upheavals, there will be violence, and particularly political assassinations. Well, New York Times went after us, the entire left wing went after us, the entire media went after us. But what happened the same week the book was released, on July 13th, in Butler, Pennsylvania, an Act Blue donor attempted to kill President Trump up on that stage in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we wrote a book about that too. And everything that's happened since has almost been like it's ripped from the pages of this book, arguing that we are in an irregular communist revolution right now. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it's not over. In fact, it's intensifying. We're going to get into all that and more with Joshua Lysak when we return. What America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C., the year of the Unhumans. Well, folks, you ever notice how gold doesn't get much airtime until the system starts to shake? Here's the big news. Started on July 1st, the Basel III global banking rules classify gold as a Tier 1 asset, the same status as cash or U.S. Treasuries. That's a big deal. It means central banks can now hold gold at full value and treat it as a core capital. They're not doing that for fun. They're preparing for something. If gold is good enough for banks and governments as a backstop, it should be good enough for your savings or retirement. This may be the moment we've all been waiting for. Gold could reach levels we've never seen before. Whether you've got $5,000 or $5 million to protect, now is the time to act. I've seen a lot of companies come and go, but there's a reason I partnered with Allegiance Gold. I'm not just reading an ad here, by the way. I'm a client, believe it or not. Poso family is all in. And there's no pressure out there, folks. They give great pricing and top ratings in the industry. They make it simple to move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver. You may even qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. Call 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. So as we're here in this 1-year anniversary of the book Unhumans, I would be remiss if I did not bring up my partner in crime, the great Joshua Lysak, co-author of the book itself, to join me. Joshua, how are you?
I'm doing pretty dandy, Jack. Thanks for having me on.
So, Joshua, I have to ask, when we put this thing together and you and I had this just sort of, idea to write a book about communism, which I remember actually, and I haven't told the story too publicly, and I'm not going to, name names, but there were some people initially we reached out to who said, hey, we're going to write a book about communism, and they weren't even interested in this. So why do you want to write a book about communism that's been done before? People have talked about it before. Why put out another book about something that we've all heard before? And you and I said, well, we have an angle on it that I don't think anyone's tried. and, to just write a book about communism for the average person to read. So that's not meant to be, a philosopher or a professor or a graduate student level, just the average. I remember you used to say that, we wrote this for, the soccer moms and Little League dads and all the rest, that you could just read it, get a direct understanding, and also have that action plan to figure out what to do, what to do about it, and actually have some kind of solution. Did you ever think that when we did that, that it would, we'd be here a year later? Not only are people still talking about it, but I got to tell you, I see the numbers. People are still buying this thing at a very heavy clip, even 1 year going.
I did have a hunch, Jack, that it would become, frankly, a cult classic, and not just from the, let's say, unmissable front cover and title page, the title, the book cover itself, and the symbolism, and it's definitely got a little bit of shock value there, certainly. And people go, Unhumans, what? And then when they read the subtitle, they go, oh, I immediately get it. The challenge that we had is when we looked at the competition, when we put together the book proposal, and we're looking at competition, all of the competition, the competing books from conservative authors, from professors, they all place communism books in historical nonfiction, which is a distinct category. Stuff that happened in the past for people interested in that thing to read about. But now when you go to bookstores nationwide, and of course Unhumans is in bookstores all around the country, what section is it in? It's in current affairs.
Current affairs.
Because what we recognized is the template for a far left wing, sometimes called communism, sometimes called progressivism, sometimes called socialism. We realize that all of these isms are in fact
in New York, they're calling it democratic socialism. We'll get to that.
We'll have to get into that, yes. The isms are all the same. And it's the sense of resentment and envy. So communism and these far left-wing ideologies, they're not philosophies, they're tactics. It's, you have what I want, that's not fair, gimme. That is left-wing ideology in practice. And the reason the word unhuman works is because it's a verb. It's not simply a noun. And it means to deprive someone of their human rights to life, liberty, and property, which every single socialist, democratic socialist, communist, and other radical left-wing movement deprives people of in reverse order. First, they start to take your land. They start to take your stuff via taxes, and it becomes heavier, and then eventually it becomes seizure. And then once they got your property, they start to take your civil rights and restrict you. We see this happen consistently with far left-wing parties and individuals targeting conservatives, Christians, Republicans in this country. So in the book Unhumans, we tell the story of the last 250 years worth of infiltration and then overthrow of governments around the world by far left-wing movements. And we look at what was successful to stop them and what wasn't. And what really aggravated left-wing journalists, activists, such as the SPLC, the Communist Party USA wrote a delicious hit piece about the book.
That's my favorite
really
review of it, by the way.
Humans is some of the characters who were successful at defeating communists.
My favorite review is that we got a full response and an almost a chapter by chapter review by the actual Communist Party, who hated it. And Joshua, there was a guy who had a phrase about reviews and something about. I'm trying to remember what that was.
Oh wait, that was me, wasn't it? The expression is as follows.
It was you.
Bad reviews from bad people are good reviews. So communists who hate an anti-communist book, that's 5 stars.
Right. So when we got the actual communists to come out and scream about the book, saying, don't read this book, we hate this book, this is the worst book ever. They're like, wow, we have accomplished our goal here. And and it just has to be said that and full credit where it's due, that a thank you to then Senator J.D. Vance for endorsing the book, blurbing it, was mercilessly attacked, but then also, which we didn't know, right, in the course of writing the book, we didn't know that later that week, after the same week, remember, that the book came out, Trump gets shot, and then the guy who endorsed our book as the top blurb becomes the vice presidential nominee of the entire country. So for the for the Republican Party, he gets nominated, and suddenly this just propels the book into this massive mainstream freak out. You've got MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, and all the rest of it losing their minds at this thing. And so I think those two things in combination with the book itself just really put a fire under the whole thing. And also the fact that you and I never once backed down, because we got the playbook and we go through country by country as case studies over the past 250 years and walk you through how it's the same playbook every time. Here it goes. You demonize success, weaponize envy, and then pretend that the pile of skulls was done for the people. That's basically it in a nutshell.
Followed by, well, this real stuff hasn't ever been tried.
Oh yeah, and that right. And then when you're questioned on it, you say, well, that wasn't the real one. And of course, we flip it all on its head. We flip it on its head because we said, and we've got a minute here till the break, but we said, I think for the first time ever in a major publication like this, they're not doing this for the equality. The communists don't believe in communism. They know it doesn't work. They don't care it doesn't work. The fact it doesn't work is the point, because the point of a system is what it does. And people will say, well, why do you feel, someone who's operating in good faith might say, well, why do you still support communism even though it's killed 100 million people? Where we come in and say, well, no, the point of the communism was the killing of 100 million people. And deep down, the envy and resentment at the heart of it wants them to kill more. And it's a hard thought to actually comprehend, but I think we're making a lot of progress. Small p, by the way. We'll be right back.
We're fighting back. He tells us.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. President Trump is set to sign new executive orders this afternoon. He'll also meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House this evening. The Prime Minister touched down earlier this morning and will meet with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff before heading to sit down with the president. The proposed ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, which could pause the fighting in Gaza, will likely be on the agenda. Before leaving Israel, the prime minister said that work is underway to achieve that deal. In the meantime, the White House is also focusing on the deadly flooding in Texas, as the death toll is now at more than 90 people. Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn was in the new media seat at this morning's press briefing at the White House and asked about the situation there in Texas.
The National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. I want to comment on that again.
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts.
We're also learning that President Trump is making plans, and the White House in general is making plans for him to visit Texas at some point in time later this week. We, of course, will update you the moment those plans are solidified. Well, that's going to do it for your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. Now, let's get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Human Events Daily, the 1-year anniversary of the release of Unhumans. We're on with Joshua Lysek, and Joshua, I really have to start to say, probably the biggest thing that we've seen since the book has come out has been this wave of assassinations and assassination attempts that have gone on throughout the country since the book's inception. Now, one of the first ones that we saw was a school shooting, so not directly tied to an assassination per se, but this, of course, was Audrey Hale. Then we saw, of course, the book was released the same week that Thomas Matthew Crooks, another Zoomer, attempted to kill President Trump. Of course, Brian Wesley Routh, another would-be assassin, attempted to kill President Trump. We saw the wave of the Tesla bombings, the attacks there, and even as we are just talking about this, we're still trying to figure out what exactly happened up in Idaho with this completely insane individual who was set afire as a trap to lure in firefighters and murder them as they arrived. And of course, the quintessential one that we all know about, which happened in December after the book came out, was Luigi Maggioni. Joshua, were you shocked or surprised at all to see leftists reverting to this type of behavior, specifically that of Luigi Maggioni?
This is what they do every single time, like we say in the book. The first attempt at seeking power that the far left has always done is using manipulation, coercion, sleight of hand, trickery. One such preferred tactic is called, that Lenin figured out, was Vladimir Lenin during the Bolshevik Revolution, was called the dual power strategy, where you start a separate, independent, seemingly grassroots organization while you try to infiltrate the mainstream or democratic institution. And then once you have enough power in both of them, and the so-called grassroots one is powerful enough, you combine them together, and then you make your ideology the law of the land and vote yourself the stuff of citizens that you don't like. That's the sort of the coercive, manipulative, sneaky way. And then there's just straight up ditches and pistols. There are the random street killings, the assassination attempts of the opposition. And so we have seen all of the above in the form of domestic terrorism from far leftists, from Thomas Matthew Crooks, the ACLU donor, to the Biden and Kamala Harris supporter, Ryan Wesley Roth, who made it very clear why he wanted to attempt to assassinate President Donald J. Trump. And he wrote up his manifesto, which sort of, in my opinion, read a bit like what you'll see commentators on MSNBC say. It's very similar sort of rhetoric that's violent and seems to be desiring to take it to violence because we just have to do it. We're right, so we got to do what we got to do. Is their perspective. What the left demands is complete submission of everyone that they are opposed to, and they will do it by hook or by crook. The saying goes, or maybe crooks, but you get the point.
And when it comes to Maggioni, does it surprise you that he sparked this massive public following, this fandom of his across the country? I'm in the DC area, and I see Luigi bumper stickers. I see Free Luigi. You had mainstream comedians like Bill Burr call for Luigi to be freed, even though he's on trial, but he's on video and has not really, put up much of a defense, saying that it wasn't him on the video who conducted this street assassination of a healthcare CEO.
Yes, here's what is so interesting about it is within the left wing, and this is also that's talked about in the book Unhumans, during the French Revolution, during the Russian Revolution, during every overthrow of established order by far leftists, there is, let's say, a sort of a quiet civil war between the radicals and the normies on the far left. In the case of the Russian Revolution, this was the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. It was the socialists versus the communists. And so you have, let's say, a contrast between Luigi Mangione, a Bolshevik, and Bernie Sanders, a Menshevik, where the idea is, it's not fair that healthcare companies have so much profit and there's so much suffering. That's not fair. So we need to make them pay their fair share and give free healthcare, blah, blah, blah. It's democratic socialism. And then the other faction of the far left says, nope, we are going to engage in unhuman activity. We are going to steal, kill, and destroy, because that's what we want to do. This is what we do every single time, you see. And so we continue to see that in every campaign where it's the radicals versus the normies. Even on the far left, this is what we continue to see.
And of course, they justify it by saying, oh, it's about equality, but deep down, they want more. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Joshua Lysek, Unhumans, 1 year.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. More than 90 people are said to be dead following flash flooding in central Texas. Dozens were attending an all-girls summer camp when floodwaters tore through their cabins. Kirk County is dealing with the most deaths as officials there are reporting at least 68 fatalities, including 28 children. Forecasters say rain is expected to last until tomorrow and could produce even more life-threatening flooding. During the first 36 hours following the storm, officials say they rescued more than 850 people. Another busy day is on tap at the White House right now. Our Brian Glenn, Real America's Voice chief White House correspondent, front and center this morning at the press briefing that just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago.
A little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me. And as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do. And if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration abused this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further.
President Trump, by the way, this afternoon expected to sign more executive orders, and this evening he'll meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack, so we're back live. Unhumans, the 1-year anniversary of the New York Times bestseller that they're still mad about, still mad at us. I still get, I can type in a Twitter box every day the words Unhumans, and it's just people blasting me from the left, but also people cheering us from the right, and obviously just common sense, regular people who say, you know what? I didn't understand why communism is popular until I read this book. One of the reasons is they don't call it communism until much later. By the way, we actually printed a secret speech that was given in Cambodia by Pol Pot himself, basically admitting that this is exactly what they do. That they went in and they was like, well, yeah, we couldn't call it communism at first, but we infiltrated the academia, we infiltrated the schools, we infiltrated the media, we infiltrated politics. And then finally, once after we took over everything, then we could tell you, actually, we were the communists all along. So it's very clear. And in fact, it's in their own words. It's one of the first times you'll find in English this secret speech printed in a publication from Pol Pot to the people of the party, which was now known as the Khmer Rouge or the Communist Party of Cambodia. But Joshua, you were talking about the fandom of Luigi Maggioni, and these things arise when you come into a situation where, you know, you do have these massive dispersals of, and we're just going to call it, right? We point out many times in the book when people say, well, it's inequality, it's inequality, it's inequality. And there are inequalities, by the way. And this is true. And it's something that conservatives get wrong all the time. And they say, oh, well, there's inequality, so you should just not worry about it, or you should just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But what happens when those disparities become so huge, when people can't afford rent in New York City, and yet they see Jeff Bezos is able to rent out all of Venice for his massive star-studded wedding, and people start to get upset. And eventually, emotionally, along comes a Luigi Maggioni, or I don't know, say a enterprising young immigrant from Uganda, although of an Indian extraction, and says, perhaps we can just vote to take those people's stuff away and redistribute it to you yourselves. And that's Zoran Mamdani. And guess what? That's the exact same city that is now cheering, many people in that city cheering Luigi Maggioni, who was shot just a few miles away. Conducted his killing just a few miles away, where he killed his victim. So, you see these same forces and same pressures brought to bear. And Steve Bannon, of course, famously said at one of the speeches he was giving, one of these talks to media, and he was explaining populism. And he said, look, and he was basically preaching the gospel of Unhumans, saying, look, you either get us with MAGA or you get Luigi Maggioni. Pick your poison. And now you've got a guy who very well may be the next mayor of New York City, who's saying what? Redistribute the wealth, who's saying put higher taxes on white neighborhoods, who's saying that we need to seize the means of production, who wants government-run food centers. Oh, government control of the food. Where have I heard that before? And people, this is what they do. This is what they do. Control the land, control the food. This isn't even, it's definitely cultural Marxism, but a lot of classic Marxism also mixed in. Joshua, unpack all this for us.
Yes, a phrase that I liking to call him Kami Mamdani, that he has been using, is class consciousness, which of course is an expression that was popularized by Karl Marx and the very first communists. And if we're going to look at that phrase, well, what does it mean to be class conscious? It means that there is the rich and there is the poor, and there's not a whole lot of separation between them. During the Industrial Revolution, Europe and other Western countries saw this quite a bit, where there were those who owned the factories, who owned the manufacturing supply chains, who were sitting high and large as sort of a self-appointed aristocracy, and they had great power and privilege. And then there were the working poor, who couldn't afford good homes, who couldn't afford good education for their kids, who couldn't afford, frankly, nutrition. And they were working the modern equivalent of basically 2, 3 or more jobs. And you had this severe, true inequality during the Industrial Revolution. And class consciousness is this idea that is the most important aspect of society, is that there are the haves and the have-nots. And the haves only have by exploiting perpetually the have-nots. And so because this is unfair, we need to make it equal. Now, what happens often in this equalizing situation is we need to get revenge. We need to make the powerful and the privileged feel what we have. We need to make them suffer, which is why those participants of the Haitian Revolution, the Communist Revolution, when they were later interviewed following the success of the revolution, they would say things like, in English, for example, I didn't just want to be free. I wanted to own white slaves, is what they said. And there's that deep resentment there from the time of the Haitian Revolution. And so what often happens is there are people who don't have a lot of access to opportunities, frankly. And I might start to sound like a populist, and that's okay. That's what MAGA is, and you either get MAGA or you get Mangione and Kami Mamdani. There's not really any dividing. There's not really a third option at this point. Now, we have Mangione being a Bolshevik, where it's violence to get that revenge. And then you have sort of the Menshevik, the Democratic Socialist of, well, let's set up the government distribution food centers. Let's tax the white neighborhoods more. Let's make sure that there's fewer and fewer white people. Let's do these sorts of things, and that the percentage of immigrants are in these neighborhoods is increasing. You see, it's Menshevism, you might say. That sort of, well, it's not communism if you vote for it, right? And of course, what happened during the Spanish Civil War? Well, immediately prior to the Spanish Civil War, the socialists won the election. And what did they do? They allowed their communist allies to run roughshod over the Christians of rural Spain and the small business owners. And that's generally what happens right there.
I've got to double down on that piece for everyone is people have to understand that, because when people bring up the Spanish Civil War, they say, wait a minute, there was an election. Yes. But then what they did was, exactly as you say, they allowed all of the communist groups, what we would call the Antifa of today, or the BLM groups of the area, to be essentially deputized as a form of law enforcement and a form of a people's court system, taken directly from the French Revolution, verbatim, by the way, where the People's Court now got to decide who would live, who would die, who would be in charge of the parish, who would be in charge of society, and they started killing, the priests and the nuns, exactly as what happened in the French Revolution 200 years prior, because this is what they do. So, Joshua, to your point, is exactly right. They use this thin veneer of moderation to take power, and then they empower the Magionis and the extremists and the worst elements of their side. This is also why in Russia, by the way, you have the two revolutions. You have the February Revolution followed by the October Revolution, where the February Revolution took out the Tsar, but then they had the Russian Republic for about 5 minutes. And the October Revolution was when the Bolsheviks came up and said, no, this isn't going fast enough. We're just going to kill all you guys.
And that is often how it goes. And sometimes it's a little more targeted, not obvious, so that there's not a military response, which is what we talk about in the book Unhumans, that the United States has gone through a low-intensity conflict of an irregular communist revolutionary war, meaning it's been below the point of military reaction or response being, or even, let's say, significant nationwide policing being necessary, with the infiltration of academia and entertainment and government, where it sort of slowly happens without people realizing it. And this is the same sort of warfare that belligerents against the United States have been using after the Cold War, because they do not want to draw the ire and fire of the United States military. It's the same concept here with an irregular revolution. If we can make it happen slow enough, the people won't notice what's happening. And then those of us who call out what's happening, they attack and say, no, that's not happening. And then when it does, they say, no, that's not happening, and it's good that it is.
Well, this is also why we see the same tactic of the softening up, what we call anarcho-tyranny, where one of these other tactics that they do is rather than have police for the violent elements of society, they allow those violent elements of society to be released into the general populace, so that they can terrorize essentially the middle class. I believe I saw a headline recently that there was, going back to New York again, and New York City is a perfect example of this, because it is America's greatest city, and the health of America's greatest city absolutely portends the trajectory and direction of our country. And so why are we talking about this so much when we talk about Unhumans? Because you can see all of these things playing out within just a couple mile radius of each other, these same forces on America's greatest city streets. And so when you look at the release of violent criminals, this again is a tactic to terrorize the middle class, to terrorize the populace, to terrorize you tourists and you regular folks who would be law-abiding. You are the ones who are the targets, because you always are. 1 minute until the break, Joshua.
Yes, and what we have often seen throughout these communist revolutions, we talk about this in the book as well, is they often happen within cities. Because when you take over a city, you can infiltrate that government, you can distribute it from there. That can become sort of your nerve center for the revolution. And a video that has just gone viral as of this recording depicts our New York commie Mamdani. He is giving an interview, and he's eating rice rather messily with his hands, with his fingertips, which is something that is known to do in the third world. The lack of
can't even watch it.
Yes. And why is he doing that? having come from actually coming from a position of power and privilege, with his mother being an acclaimed film director and his father having been an Ivy League professor, he's not eating with his hands. So why is he doing it? He's doing it for the same reason that Joseph Stalin would wear the simple party dress, the same reason that Mao Zedong would dress as a pauper, as a peasant, as a farm worker.
Just like
the same
one of
reason
you. Yes, and he's building that connection. We'll be right back. Joshua Lysek, 1 year of Unhumans, The Secret History of Communist Revolutions out of Boston.
He's a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megan Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here 1 year, Human Events Daily, since the release of the book Unhumans, The Secret History of Communist Revolutions and How to Crush Them, went on to become a New York Times bestseller, #1 Publishers Weekly 1 year ago this week. And little did we know it would be the same week that Steve Bannon was sent to federal prison, that President Trump would be nearly assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania. And yes, just days after that, J.D. Vance was chosen as the vice presidential nominee. So huge amount of news following this 1 week. And of course, we still need answers into Butler, Pennsylvania. There's no question about that. Joshua, why is, we've talked about Luigi Mangione. We've talked about Zoran Kwame Mamdani winning with this massive swath of Gen Z support in New York City on an incredibly communist, cultural Marxist agenda, gay race communism. We're just going to call it what it is. Why is this book still relevant and still so important and required reading for all Americans today?
Like we said at the outset, Jack, Unhumans is not historical nonfiction. It's current affairs. It's current events. It's what's going on right now. It's something that has been going on for more than 250 years and will continue unless it is stopped. And we have primaries coming up here. I'm looking at the calendar for the rest of this year. We're going towards the 2026 midterm elections, which are not just going to be the federal offices. There's a lot of stuff happening locally where radicals will take over school boards. They will take over any opportunity they can at state houses, state senators, representatives, sheriffs, prosecutors, DAs, any of these positions that they can get their hands on to infiltrate the institutions, they will do so. And yes, the 2024 presidential election went the way of the right and for the benefit of the United States of America, but the left did not go anywhere. And what lesson they took from the 2024 election loss was not, we need to be more moderate. They said, no, we need to be more radical. We need to use not just veiled Marxist talking points. We need to quote Marxism, quote the Communist Manifesto, quote and use these exact expressions like class consciousness. And so the lesson they took was the left, we simply need to become more radical. And there is a significant percentage of the population, maybe even some of your neighbors, certainly your fellow voters, who, when they hear what the Mensheviks or the Bolsheviks are saying or doing, they say, oh, I support that. I'm going to vote for that. Remember, the same sort of people who sent those love letters and fan mail to the street assassin, Luigi Mangione, those are the same populations who voted for Kwame Mamdani in the New York City Democratic primary.
And what's key here, and we only have a couple of minutes left. I wish we had another hour, but I have to get you back on, Joshua, because this book tells you how to disrupt this type of behavior, and it tells you how to stop it, and it tells you how you can take steps. You, right now, you don't have to be an influencer or a political maven or have a podcast or media connection or any of those things. How you can, in your local area, whether it be your library or your community center. By the way, the moms already get this, and that's why they're totally focused on the school boards. By the way, I was at an event. I'll just say I was in the DC area. I was at a kids thing, like a not non-political, just kids activity that I brought my kids to, and I saw someone there wearing a Moms for Liberty T-shirt, and I walked right up to, it was a guy actually. I walked right up to the guy and I said, "Hey man, that's a great shirt. I really support what those guys do." And he said, "I couldn't agree more." It's little things like that that have a maximum impact when we all do them together, because we focus on the nodes of power. And I guarantee you, your local communist has already focused on the local nodes of power in your town or your community. Joshua Lysek, where can people go to follow you and to obtain their copy of this required summer reading?
Unhumans is available, of course, on Amazon.com and from many outlets, bookstores nationwide there at your brick and mortar locations. And I can be found on X, formerly Twitter, and also social media simply at Joshua Lysak and at lysakghostwriting.com.
Joshua Lysak, absolutely incredible. By the way, unhumansbook.com, I'll just double step that, is you can get autographed copies. We'll see if we can get the foreword by Stephen K. Bannon. We'll see if we can get Steve, maybe see if we can do some more political prisoner editions. Those sold like hotcakes. But as we know, Steve's schedule is Steve's schedule. See what we can do in terms of that. But folks, go out there and remember, take down your local Unhuman and support your local ICE raids. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Play short.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Kirk.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Monday, the 7th of July. I hope you had a wonderful 4th of July. Not everybody did. We have a lot to get to today, from those devastating floods in Texas to the big, beautiful bill getting passed into law and events at the White House, plus a shooting at a Border Patrol facility on the border in Texas as well. For now, I'd like to start with those floods in central Texas. Devastating. The death toll could reach 100. Dozens of people still missing. The death toll in the mid-80s right now, and it changes by the hour. NOAA's Weather Prediction Center raised the flash flood threat across portions of the Lone Star State on Monday to a level 3 out of 4, and several flash flood warnings were issued during the morning hours for counties impacted by flooding over the weekend. The 9th flood in 90 years in the Guadalupe River. It's been there before. In fact, they've had worse flooding, but circumstances this time lined up for tragedy. The flooding originated from the swift waters of the Guadalupe as the storm pounded the region with torrential rainfall. Out of the 90 casualties, 27 identified as children from nearby all-girls Christian summer camps. Officials fear the death toll at Camp Mystic will continue to rise as hundreds of first responders, both on the ground and in the air, look for anyone who was swept away during the catastrophe. Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a proclamation declaring Sunday as a day of prayer across the state in response to the flooding and the devastation. Here with me now to discuss this, State Texas Representative Steve Toth. Steve, thank you for being here. I know you live about 3 hours away, but you told me just before we came on, this tragedy reaches all corners of Texas and beyond because in your community, you've lost people. Tell me your reaction and how you are absorbing all this and taking it all in.
Really hard to, Steve. You know, you expect, as you and I talked earlier, 9,000 people were lost for the Galveston hurricane. One of the most traumatic events in the history of Texas. And yet, in some ways, this reverberates more painfully because it's so many children. And because of the fact that we have mass media today that everyone's seen it firsthand. And it's just been very difficult to take in. Initially, when you heard about this, you thought, a few kids, tragic. But now you're hearing, no, it's not just a couple kids. It's upwards of 100 or more people, and the vast majority of them being children. And parents can't even identify their children yet. They don't know where to go. It's a terrible situation for the parents. I just can't take it in.
Looking at the timeline here, the Democrats wanted to blame somebody immediately on this, and I have to dive into this part of the story because it's extremely important. They tried to blame the big, beautiful bill just signed a couple of days ago as the impetus for all this destruction and chaos. The Guadalupe River has flooded at least 9 times, major floods in the last 90 years. It's a fairly regular event. The way the topography of the land is, flash flooding is a thing in Texas, always has been. You've got cloud seeding that people want to talk about. But to blame somebody for this is outrageous. But I will say this. The National Weather Service had extra people working those 2 days because of the storms and put out a flash flood warning at 1:14 a.m., but it was not issued to the public by the Kerrville Police Department in Kirk County until 5:16 in the morning, 4 hours later. That delay cost people their lives, did it not?
Sure did. It absolutely did. The county judge there is AWOL. I mean, he just absolutely blew it. And that's really what this truly comes down to. And the way that the left is abusing this and using this right now, you've got commentators that are out there saying, well, these kids deserve to die. After all, they're white kids and climate deniers, and they deserve to die. I mean, what a heartless, evil thing to say.
Horrible. Inexcusable. In fact, a number of people have lost their jobs, as they should, for reckless, careless, vile posts like that. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to take it all in. So many of them forget, it was just a year or so ago when North Carolina got hit with a similar incident, and you actually had the FEMA director saying, don't send people to that area of North Carolina. After all, they're just Trump conservatives. They deserve this. And I mean, it's just, these people are sick, just absolutely sick.
All right, so what can we do to make this better? I want to get to that real quickly. There need to be better early warning systems, this is a place that's going to flood again. It will happen again. Texas has had many major floods, flash flooding, because the way the land lies there in hill country, it's going to happen again. Can we get sirens for floods? Can we do better? The alert system went out to cell phones, but in the middle of the night, a lot of people were sleeping. They didn't hear their phones go off. What can we do better, sir?
Yeah, we do need a comprehensive plan that is set up by the Texas Department of Emergency Management. There was a piece of legislation that came through the Texas House this past year, House Bill 13. It was poorly conceived, poorly put together, and it didn't pass. And what it did was it just created another level of bureaucracy in the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Here's what we need to do. Texas has the most robust emergency management activation system in the United States. NIMKID is absolutely a superstar. The department head at TDM. What we need to do is just give him the resources that he needs to have and let him deploy them. What we don't need is another level of bureaucracy, which is what this legislation tried to create.
Yeah. I'm going to give a shout out to one remarkable individual. His name is Scott Ruskin. He's 26 years of age. He's a Coast Guard diver. He rescued apparently 176 individuals. American heroes stood up in this event. It's tragedy. We see the worst possible events happening, but we see the best of America step up when it happens. Steve, I'll give you the last word here.
Yeah, there's so many stories like that. There's a great story of one of the camp counselors at Mystic that she took her 13 girls and let them out the window, each one by one, and while they're clinging to a clothesline. And she tragically was swept away, but by God's grace was saved later on, as were those girls, and they were still clinging to that clothesline by God's grace.
Yeah. Tough days in Texas, Steve, as they still look for more missing children, more missing adults. The death toll likely to top 100 before it's all said and done. We've got to learn to do better. Steve, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Steve. God bless.
No, God bless you. And for anybody that would turn this into, you voted for Donald Trump, you deserve this, you're shameless and heartless. I want to switch gears to another event in Texas. Maybe you've heard about it, maybe you haven't, but a shooting at Border Patrol stop along the border in McAllen, Texas. So joining me now is J.J. Carell, active shooter neutralized. 27-year-old identified as Ryan Luis, armed with tactical gear, brandishing a rifle, shot and killed after the individual pulled up open fire to U.S. Customs and Border Enforcement Agency located in McAllen, Texas, the place that I was most recently on the border. He was neutralized quickly. Border agents on site exchanged gunfire with the assailant, with one getting hit in the knee. His condition, however, is confirmed as being stable following the incident. Further investigation confirmed the assailant had an additional rifle and other assault weapons, even detailed the fact that Luis's car had tags registered in Michigan. The FBI is set to lead the investigation, which is being treated as a premeditated attack. Here to talk about this is a former deputy in charge for the U.S. Border Patrol, J.J. Carell. J.J., nice to see you again. Is this the new normal? I mean, when the left puts out all these narratives about how you're killing children and ripping children from their parents' arms and destroying families, this is almost predictable, is it not?
It is predictable. You just heard your last guest talk. You guys were discussing that, Donald Trump caused these kids to die. I mean, it's absurd that the blame and the vitriol. And why would we expect anything less than come and find Border Patrol agents and kill them? Because they've called us neo-Nazis, xenophobes, racists for decades, and then it's just ratcheted up this last 4 to 6 years. Why wouldn't we expect this to happen?
I have to give a lot of respect to the Border Patrol agents. They neutralized him in short order, but I guess if you show up and you're the one lone gunman and they're all armed, the odds are stacked against you. Almost a suicide mission, wouldn't you say?
It has to be a suicide mission. You have to be either a complete moron or you just have to be ideologically bent to go kill Border Patrol agents. The idea that you're going to walk into a law enforcement facility where everyone has a sidearm on their hip and probably carrying a long arm, and you're going to get out of there alive, that's absurd. So he had to go in there knowing he's going to get shot or potentially killed. And he did. And great for the Border Patrol agents and the reaction to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. They did and hopefully, JJ, this sends a message. You want to try that? Go ahead, try that. your success level is going to be very low. And if it comes from the other side of the border, I suggest the same response. As the cartels actively control big stretches of that border on the Mexican side still. Our Border Patrol has done its job outstandingly well since January. It's not being crossed the way it was. I mean, the numbers are almost 100% sealed in some areas, right? I mean, the job has been extraordinary.
It has, with the leadership of Donald Trump and Tom Homan and Kristi Noem. The border's basically, it doesn't exist. There's hardly anyone crossing. No one's crossing, and then no one is being released. This is unbelievable. But when you go back to the beginning of your question to me, when you have your federal politicians all clamoring for defund the police, defund ICE, everyone in law enforcement's a racist Nazi, what do you expect? The Democrats have fueled this type of environment that now Border Patrol agents and ICE officers, to do their job, have to cover their faces like the federales in Mexico in fear of their own politicians and their own people and their own citizens. That's what's happened to America, and shame on the Democrats for doing this to us.
Let's go ahead and bring that ID up. We just got this made available to us. His Michigan driver's license. There it is on your screen of the suspect, the deceased suspect, who thought he could take on the Border Patrol. He could not. He failed. But did this guy really travel all the way from Michigan to Texas because he had been amped up and motivated to attack Border Patrol agents? I mean, what do you make of that, JJ?
Well, we don't know yet, but I would assume he's an illegal alien. Why not? He went to a sanctuary state like Michigan, got a driver's license, probably worked there, got all kind of benefits, and then decided to come back to Mexico, or was deported and then just crossed over and made it through a smuggling event. And now he's angry and wants to take advantage of the Border Patrol and try to kill us. Who knows in this crazy world that we live in, because we live in a nation that is not founded on law and order anymore. We're living in a nation that is lawless. And this is the ramifications of having people that run our country through a tyrannical way and then demonize all the people that keep us safe. What do we expect is going to happen? And when you look at law enforcement and understand this, when you demonize us and you call us these vile names, and then you are shocked when we have the Ferguson effect take place in law enforcement, where we all stop and slow down instead of charging into the firing building, instead of charging into a house trying to save you. We are now thinking, is this a trap? Are they waiting for me on the other side? Is someone trying to kill me? When I do my job, are they going to try to sue me? This is what's happened. This is a Ferguson effect, and is playing loud and clear in law enforcement. And Border Patrol agents and stations across America are on high alert right now, and they should be. And we are going to see bloodshed on our streets because of the Democrats and their vitriol toward law enforcement, in particular ICE and Border Patrol right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, JJ. Correction on the shooter's name. It's Ryan Luis Mosqueda. That's the best way I can say it. Ryan Luis Mosqueda is on the driver's license. I just want to make sure we had a clarification on the actual name. We'll keep you up to date as to his origins and his motivations, but his motivations were short-lived. JJ, always appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you for the sober look at the truth in the headlines today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here. On Friday, the big, beautiful bill was signed into law by President Trump after getting passed by the House of Representatives. With the bill now passed, many wondering what comes next. More details straight ahead on ABL. The House voted to pass the one big beautiful bill, thus sending it over to the president's desk where he signed it on the 4th of July. What better day to sign the bill into law than America's birthday, of course, 249 if you're keeping count. Now the bill has been through several changes between the House and Senate, but President Trump has continued his support of the bill, saying that it is the corner piece of many more bills to come. Here with me to discuss this, former Congressman, Executive Director at the American Constitutional Rights Union, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, also a Texas resident. So, Colonel, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you for being here, first of all. And secondly, what a horrible weekend for a whole lot of folks in Texas.
Yeah, it was. I was just down in Kerrville about 2.5 weeks ago visiting with the sheriff down in Kerr County, and I have many friends down there and been in touch with them. But just everybody, even up here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, either know someone or directly affected and lost a loved one at that Camp Mystic.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking. It seems to me, the Guadalupe River, like several rivers in Texas, are subject to frequent flash floods like this. What can we do to do better? Can we put out sirens? Is there something we can do better? I realize those on the left are trying to blame Donald Trump for signing the 4th of July bill and then saying that he killed these children. That's, of course, absurd and disgusting to say. But there got to be ways we can do better. Maybe they're like tornado-type sirens, something. What do you think?
No, you're absolutely right. And Steve Toth was on. And when you have these text messages going out in the middle of the night, which is when a lot of this rainfall happened, and then within a 45 to 50-minute period, that river rose 26 feet. And I think it was that was between 5 and 6 in the morning. So, yes, we need to have some some audible sirens out there. But then I think also we need to look at how we can channel some of these rivers and get into some of these dry riverbeds that run further down into South Texas.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the bill that went through. It was so controversial that Elon Musk decided to start his own political party with people like Anthony Scaramucci and other real winners. He's got Mike Pence, he's got Scaramucci, Mark Cuban. How could he possibly go wrong over there, Elon?
Yeah, this is about egos getting in the way of common sense and good policy, instead of looking at how you can go out and enhance and make sure that this bill now at law is executed in the proper way and continue to do the work of streamlining the federal government so it can be more effective and efficient. I think that Mr. Musk kind of got, like I said, his ego in the way, and he's got concerns about some of these electric vehicle subsidies that are going away. But to try to come in and create another party, that's not the solution. That is more of a personal vendetta.
Yeah, it seems that way. My colleague here on Real America's Voice, Steve Bannon, had that guy pegged from the beginning. Said he's a fraud. He's not about Trump. He's going to do this for his own, self-aggrandizement and promotion. And maybe Mr. Bannon was right. What do you think?
No, I think the actions speak quite to what Steve was laying out. It seems pretty prescient. And I think a lot of us kind of knew that this might end up in this way when you have someone that looks to see how his purposes can be served. But, it has to be bigger than one person. This is about America. This is about our future. And to say that now you're going to go out and try to disrupt the political system, that's not a good thing. And even if you look at Tesla stock early this morning, it was down like 8% because people want him to focus on his businesses and that side rather than these political ventures.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's also remarkable how quickly the Democrats can go back and forth like a tennis match. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the Democrats like Elon Musk again. And suddenly they're okay with lots of money in politics again. Remarkable, isn't it? The people that say they don't want money in politics and can't stand Elon Musk, well, guess what? Now they're fans again because they think it'll hurt the Republican Party. I don't know if that's true or not. We have 2 more reconciliation bills possible, one later in November, one early next year. We do need to see spending cut. What can be done, sir? I'll give you the last word.
Well, I think, again, without a doubt, we need to look at those cuts that we saw by way of the DOGE acts and make sure that that's all codified and continue to do that. There's fraud, waste, and abuse that is out there throughout the system. We need to make sure that illegals are not getting free benefits that we see, and get this government focused on what I call constitutional governance. Get it back into the box that the Constitution put the federal government into, to make sure that it is doing the right thing to protect the American people, protect our sovereignty, and it's about economic empowerment and not about economic enslavement. And I think that's the big difference between what Republicans are proposing and conservatives and what the left wants. The left wants more dependency society. We want to see more Americans being independent.
Yeah, absolutely true. We want more people standing up and being producers and being part of this free market system that has been created for more than 250 years, creating more freedom than anything else. All right. Colonel, always appreciates you being here. God bless, and prayers to Texas today, sir.
So thank you so much. God be with you. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. All right. Ever since Donald Trump was sworn in, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the nation, they can't also take your personal savings and wealth into account. You have to do that. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 40%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying in record quantities. Global instability and tension is the highest in decades. Gold from Birch Gold makes owning physical gold extremely easy. Easily converted existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or buy some to store in your home safe. Just text the word America to the number 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. No obligation, just useful information. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers. Take control of your savings today. Text the word America to 989898 and find out more. Coming up after the break, a lot happening at the White House today, from press briefings to executive order signings, and another visit from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Stay tuned for details coming up on AVL. Top of the hour, President Trump expected to sign executive orders related to DEI changes at national parks. Right now, that event is closed off to the press, but we'll bring you coverage if President Trump does go live, which he often does. However, another event is happening at the White House today. President Trump is set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the first time after the U.S. struck Iran's Fordo nuclear facilities and others. The two leaders are expected to focus on the ongoing war between Israel and Iran, despite the previous ceasefire agreement. Joining me now, our chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn. Brian, nice to see you, my friend.
Hey, good afternoon, Steve.
Very busy day. All right, so Caroline Leavitt fielding questions. A lot of those questions I noticed today were about Jeffrey Epstein and where is the list and what happened to the list and why do we not have the list? And you, my friend, had a prime seat to see it all happen. Congratulations on that, sitting right up front. Let's talk about Epstein first. Look, they told us they had the goods. They were going to release it. Nothing's happened. Nobody's been arrested. A lot of people not too happy about that.
Yeah, it was Fox's own Peter Doocy was the first person to kind of introduce that question in today's briefing and saying, look, you know, Pam Bondi said she had a list and all of a sudden there is no list. And I'll go a step further. If Maxine Giswell, if I pronounce her last name correctly, if she is in prison for her alleged crimes, and that was based on a list, then I would assume the list is available, but that did get a lot of scrutiny from the media and also certainly online. I mean, Steve, you and I have probably been reading the threads on X, and MAGA wants answers on this. And Carolyn Leavitt had to run a little bit of cover today on that subject. But hey, let's see if more information comes out. But people definitely aren't buying this narrative that there is no, list that's of any significance. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, but I find that, I'm going to be honest with you, I find that difficult to believe myself. They ran investigations on this guy a number of times, and all of a sudden there's gaps in email chains and other things going on. It's like, oh, how Nixonian of them. The tapes have just disappeared. How remarkable. Meanwhile, I'm sure some questions about Texas. Online, against social media, those on the left lathering up to blame Donald Trump for the deaths in Texas and the failures of the National Weather Service and the cuts to the NWS. I suppose if they wanted to actually try to make that blame game, they could go after Elon Musk for Doge, but none of that makes any sense, does it?
It doesn't. And actually, those cuts wouldn't even take place until next year. And the National Weather Service union pushed out a statement saying that they had adequate staff on hand to forecast and help with the alerts on this storm. So there was no shortage there. So, and Carolyn Leavitt pushed down a couple times on this narrative and shut it down immediately, because that is one of the things that many on the left want to try and hang responsibility on the Trump administration for any of the deaths that are happening right now in Texas. And I think the way this has been politicized is absolutely horrible.
Remarkable, actually.
This tragedy, it's inhumane.
Well, what's remarkable, Brian, is this. When there was flooding and death in western North Carolina, the Democrats and Chicken Noodle News and all that, you cannot politicize a weather event the way you're doing it. And as soon as this happens, the first thing they do is run out and run up the same flag that they say you can't use anyhow. They're not to be trusted. All right, I got something here special for you, because you're able to get a question in at the press briefing held today early. In fact, we're going to share with the good folks. Brian, listen.
The National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. I want to comment on that again.
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such.
Well done, Brian. And there's the actual answer and the actual question. Nice seat, by the way.
Yeah, nice seat. I'd like to see. I'll put in a purchase order for that seat to see if I can just have that week after week. I want to add this as well. I've seen a lot of online Republican, or I'm just going to call them, completely, almost bot accounts, saying that this is what Texas deserves. If you voted for Greg Abbott and you voted for President Trump, then this is what you deserve. And I'm not even going to name the specific accounts right here on the air, because I'm not going to give them the actual glory or any kind of attention to their accounts. But to see how they have completely dismissed the tragedy, the human tragedy in this, and has turned this into a political tool, they weaponize it against President Trump, is disgusting. I know that we certainly did not do that with the floods in Western North Carolina, and we didn't do in the Pacific Palisades fires as well. We did criticize the reaction of the non-action of California, the response, absolutely. But we did not say, well, this is what you get, so you deserve to burn up in your house and your car. That type of language is unacceptable. We don't play that game.
Yeah, I didn't say that Joe Biden was responsible for the fires in Maui, the floods of Western North Carolina, the Palisades, Pacific Palisades fire in Malibu. The response I criticize. The way they reacted, I criticize, and deservedly so. Anyhow, Brian, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate you, sir. And if you can get that chair, because I fill in for you from time to time, I'd appreciate it. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah. After the break, I'll bring on Ben Bergquam. He is, by the way, in Kerrville, Texas, right on the front lines in the aftermath of that deadly, tragic flooding. It's next on America's Voice Live. The situation in Kirk County continues to evolve. Day 3 now, assessing and accounting for the fatalities, those still missing, which are many. Members of the community working tirelessly to help aid in the efforts of search, possibly a couple rescues, maybe. There have been a couple of miracle rescues. Are there any left? God, we hope so. Members of the community still hold out hope as search efforts continue. Joining me to discuss it on the ground, Real America's Voice border correspondent Ben Bergquam, who is right there, been there for a couple of days. Ben, good to see you. All right, let's separate truth from fiction. That's number one. The warnings went out beginning on July 3rd. I've got the whole list here in front of me. The first warnings went out on July 3rd, more on July 4th, flash flood warnings 1:14 a.m. on the 4th of July, but the Kirk County emergency system didn't issue that warning until 5:16 in the morning. That's a problem. But the idea that somehow this whole tragedy of flash flooding is to be blamed on Donald Trump or the big beautiful bill or some of this other nonsense, it's disgusting what some of the people on the left are doing, what some of the people on CNN and MSNBC are doing. It's beyond foul. It's vile. Ben, your thoughts? Good to have you today.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Steve. It's good to be with you. I'm sad I have to be here. Living in Arkansas, we get the same weather patterns that Texas often gets. And this is one of those things. We get warnings all the time. You get severe warnings all the time. You get shelter in place. You get tornado warnings. If you live near rivers, you get flood warnings. And people take them seriously. But the problem is, in this case, it was so much more than anyone anticipated. When they're only predicting 3 to 6 inches of rain and it becomes 15 inches or more, you can't anticipate that. And the biggest problem was all of those warnings, when they actually realized just how bad it was going to be, that came after midnight, into 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock between 1 and 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And so there's no way to anticipate that. There's no way to reach out to people. A lot of the places where we're talking about, cell service is sketchy at best. And you're right in the middle of some of the most torrential downpours you can imagine. If you've never been in a 10-inch rainstorm that drops 10 inches of rain in one day, you can't imagine it. And the last thing you're going to do is try to get out and drive anywhere, especially in the hill country where every other hill may be a flood. Every other road may be going into a low spot. So all of this second guessing what should have happened or could have happened, we can go through that all in the end. Maybe they should have flood sirens like they have tornado sirens, but nobody could have anticipated this. And I'll tell you this, Steve, having covered East Palestine, having covered North Carolina and Tennessee after Hurricane Helene, the response that I'm seeing here is 1,000 times better than what I saw in either of those two locations. American citizens were abandoned in those communities immediately. And even before that, they were prepared here. They thought it could be bad. They didn't know how bad it was going to be. Texas was prepared. The local government was prepared. They had search and rescue ready. They had the swift water rescue boats ready. The federal government, from the moment this happened, has said we're there to help you any way we can. It really comes down to the weather. Now, I did ask the question this morning, Steve, because, and again, this to some people is out on a limb, but I think it's a legitimate question. There is cloud seeding that goes on in Texas. This has been going on for a long time. They had one of the driest years on record last year. In fact, the river actually dried out last year, and so they've been doing that. Now, there's a question of, did that have any impact? There's a whole bunch of questions we're going to ask after the fact, but what CNN and MSNBC and all of these left-wing fake news media outlets are doing, try to immediately attack President Trump and in the middle of these press conferences with these guys that are out there killing themselves to find these kids. I mean, some of these guys haven't slept in 72 hours. They have been going nonstop, wall to the wall, and all this, you can see the smirks on their faces when they ask these gotcha questions. It's absolutely disgusting. To your point on the facts.
Look, the death toll.
Go ahead.
The death toll here.
Yeah, I was just going to get to that.
I've got is 80. Yeah, I've got 87 confirmed dead, but still at least a dozen or more people still missing. I think this death toll likely. I mean, let's be honest here. It's not much good news to find this many days later. It's probably going to be 100. It's going to be one of the worst natural disasters in Texas in a long time, maybe in the United States. It's one of the worst in the last 25 years without question. But this idea that you can turn around and blame people or because they were white kids that voted MAGA and don't believe in climate change and all these other horrible things. I mean, this stuff is just floating around out there. Climate deniers that voted for Donald Trump, they deserve this. Nobody deserves this. And the cloud seeding, I won't skate past that either. That's also something being discussed online a lot. Look, I understand cloud seeding is there when you have drought years and so forth, but could it have played a role? We'll have to look. I think it's a legitimate question too, Ben, as to, is that involved? Does it create a bigger weather pattern that took it from 6 inches to 15? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it's worth asking the question, just so we're clear on that. I think you're right. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, you're right. And the end of this, it really comes down to the lives lost, the children lost, and that's really what the focus needs to be on. I don't know how you recover from this. As a dad of 3 young girls, I don't know how you recover. Yeah. I don't have any other answers other than pray for this community, pray for God's peace. That's the only thing that's going to get them through this. And pray for the first responders. As you said, we're 72 hours in. Likelihood of finding survivors at this point is low. But keep praying for miracles and pray for this community.
Ben Berquam on the front lines, Kerrville, Texas. Thank you, Ben. As always, he's right where the action is.
Pleasure.
I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. There are new ones popping up all the time. You see it. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes in freedom and that it's worth fighting for. That's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years now, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you could upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use promo code RAV for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. Don't go anywhere because I'll be bringing on Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne of Texas 24. She'll be here for a moment to talk about everything there in Texas. And everything's in Texas today, as you understand. We'll be right back. Back to America's Voice Live. I'd like to continue the discussion of the floods from the Guadalupe River, devastating Central Texas, and go ahead and bring on our friend Beth Van Duyne. She's the Congresswoman serving Texas 24. Congresswoman, nice to see you here today. Difficult topic to be here, of course. We were just looking at the death toll. I've got 87 dead is the last update. Still a dozen or more people missing. My guess is the hope for them is limited, but we'd take a miracle today, wouldn't we?
No, we would definitely take a miracle today. I know. I saw my colleague Chip Royce ex posting last night. He talked about a girl who had been floating on a mattress and is able to survive. We need to have more stories like that, but we also need to have more stories of North Texans and how just Texans in general are just coming together, to help these folks. Whether or not it was the camp counselors, these young kids themselves that were able to save so many lives, or the first responders. We had one guy who was a Coast Guard, is his first rescue mission, and he saved almost 200 people. I mean, those are stories of heroes in our very midst in Texas. You're seeing how everybody's standing together now. They're sending much needed supplies. People are funding. This is what we need to be doing. We don't need to be finger pointing. We don't need to be laying blame. We don't need to be politicizing this. You've got folks who don't even know if their loved ones are alive or dead. Let's get them the help that they need right now, and that's where we should be focused.
Yeah, 2 members of Congress, August Pfluger of Texas, had 2 kids at that camp. Both made it. Buddy Carter, he had relatives caught in the flood. Apparently they survived as well, but terrible flooding. And you're exactly right. This idea that you can blame somebody for this. Oh, you voted for Trump, you deserve this. Who would say that? I mean, how black is your soul? How black is your soul to say something like that, honestly? Yeah.
How much hate do you have to possess that is the only place that you are willing to look at? It's like, how can we look at a flood that had 30 feet of rain that came down, 30 feet of water that rose out of the river, all of a sudden in a matter of hours? Let's try to blame a president. President Trump may have a lot of power. He does not control Mother Nature. And this is a flood that was horrendous to begin with. We are trying to get the help that we need right now and understand that it's being fed and it's being directed at the local and the state level, which is where it needs to be. I'm very proud of the work that Abbott is doing and working with our federal agencies to make sure that the resources that are available right now go to those who need it the most. And my heart is breaking, and my prayers are out to all of those families that are affected by this right now.
Yeah, apparently 176. You mentioned the Coast Guard diver, first mission, 26 years old. The number I have, he rescued 176 people. It's a single record. I mean, in the worst tragedies, the greatness of America comes up, doesn't it?
Absolutely it does. And those are the stories that I want to concentrate on. Those are the stories that I think that we need to, really, be able to hold on to as we're moving forward. Of course, we're going to have time to look back and say, what could we have done better? You will never be perfect. Whether or not, it's having different technology that you can notify people earlier. But the fact is that what we did at that moment, the National Weather Service was actually, as you mentioned, was overstaffed. There was a number of different warnings that came out. Now, whether or not people are going to take them seriously, whether or not you know exactly where a storm is going to hit and when, you cannot predict perfectly where this is going to happen. You can warn people, but nobody had the idea that this was going to happen. This is the worst storm that we have seen in how long? How many different decades? It was a horrible thing that happened, and God bless the nasty people who are coming out and saying somehow somebody deserved this because of who they voted for. There's a special place in hell for those people.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, 100%. Meanwhile, the other part of this story that won't get told quite yet, but I'll go ahead and start it because we'll do it for the rest of the week. Horses, cows, dogs, cats.
Yeah.
Also, pets get displaced. Horses, they get trapped in barns and so forth. So, this is horse country, right? I mean, that part of the story you have to be told, and that just compounds insult to injury and more injury, doesn't it? I'll give you the last word.
Obviously, the priority right now is human life, and we're trying to find as many of those survivors as possible and make sure that they're saved. Next, we're going to be looking at the survivors, their families, the survivors themselves, because this is probably the worst day of their lives, and making sure that they get the help that they need. But then you're absolutely right. You're looking at the infrastructure, how much damage was there, helping these communities get back to normal and what that looks like. That is what the federal government's job is going to be, in working and partnering with the state, first responders and their emergency control folks, as well as at the local level. And I've been through this. I worked for HUD during Hurricane Harvey, and I remember, again, pulling those resources together to make sure these communities can build back. That needs to be our focus. And as far as the haters, let them hate. But we're going to be doing our job, and I'm very proud that we have a president that recognizes the support that needs to be there. He has already, issued his support. He's working with the governors as well as he can. And you are going to have people that are down there just doing what Americans do best, is helping those who need it the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Last, I've got about 30 seconds. I got to be tight on this, but what about the cloud seeding? It's a concern. The people asking the question, I think it's a legitimate question to ask. I don't put any credences to it being the trigger here, but it is a question worth asking. 30 seconds. What do you say? Yes or no?
And again, we're going to have an opportunity to look back and see what we could have done better. I don't have an answer for that right now. I don't think anyone has an answer for that right now. But we're going to go back and we're going to look, see what kind of policies, see what kind of programs that we can improve upon. But right now, we're focused on getting the survivors the help that they need. And if there's anybody out there that we have not found yet, making sure that we identify and we find them.
Yes, ma'am. Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne, thank you. From Texas today, we've covered it from end to end. Thank you so much. We'll take a break and be right back. What makes America wonderful? We try to do this every day to show you just how great this country is, the people that are here, because usually it's about the people. We want you to leave with at least a little bit of hope and maybe a smile on your face. Today's story comes from all these horrific scenes in Kerrville, Texas. A fresh trainee heeded the call to action. He saved at least 165 lives, maybe more. First deployment. Petty Officer, 3rd Class, and Diver Scott Ruskin, not only being praised for his heroic deeds, but for his adaptability, as he was the only triage coordinator at the scene, a role he had to take while accounting for active rescue efforts and at the scene. He was able to direct and coordinate extraction helicopters while stationing himself as emotional support for those affected, which he describes as cold, wet, and miserable, many of them in panic and probably heartbroken. Ruskin's actions even garnered the praise of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who took to X and rightfully praised his efforts and furthermore called him an American hero whose selfless courage embodies the spirit and mission of the United States Coast Guard. Ruskin commented on the situation by saying, "This is what it's all about and why we take these risks all the time," and ended by saying, "It's not over for us," in reference to those who are still missing. As the situation unfolds over in Kerrville County, Texas, with representatives still evaluating the damage and urgently searching for those lost, we wanted to take a moment and praise an American hero who shows us how wonderful America really is. Like I said a moment ago, when you have great tragedy in America, you see the greatness of America rise up. That was true in Western North Carolina. It's true today in Kirk County, Texas, and Kerrville. Be proud of the people around you and know that if it hits the fan, they'll be there to help you clean that fan, 100%. God bless America. God bless Scott Ruskin. We pray for the survivors. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6, kicking off the broadcast day here on Real America's Voice, and then back for America's Voice Live. Have a good afternoon.
Hello, Patriots. I'm James Stockey, founder of YourAmericanFlagStore.com. Today is the final day of our Independence Day giveaway, and we're going out with something truly special. We're giving away a completely custom handmade American flag built just for you. You're going to choose a size, you're going to choose a style, you're going to choose all the artwork on it. Everything will be chosen by you, made right here in America by my family. Each one is handcrafted by Americans for Americans with the pride and spirit that defines this great nation. Independence Day is your last chance to enter. Just scan your QR code on the screen right now or visit americasvoice.news/independence. When the fireworks end tonight, so does this giveaway. So go now, claim your entry, and you could be the one who wins this fully personalized flag made to tell your story and fly your values high. From my family to yours, happy Independence Day, and may God bless the United States of America.
Ring the bell, guys. Ring the darn bell. I'm Rod Wall and Wall Street in New York City. Market's closed. We are open for business. Market had a little bit of a tough day today. The Dow looks like it's going to close around 425 points lower. S&P down about 50 or so. NASDAQ down less than 200. And a lot of this was, Besson came out earlier today saying that some of the tariffs that aren't negotiated may go back to July 9th, or they may push them off. Again, confusion in the markets really, really disrupts markets. And they saw at one point the Dow was down more than 500 points, bounced back a little bit. But a couple of the other interesting plays here. Oil, we've been watching this. Remember I asked President Trump last what was it, Thursday or Friday. Please, can we fill up the SPR? $64 a barrel right now. We're up to $68 a barrel right now and on its way up. Unfortunately, we're going to talk a lot about this later with the price of gas and whatnot. We want to get that SPR filled, give us energy security. And the other big market that we talk about a lot is crypto. Very, very quiet. Unbelievably quiet. Like the market took a big move down in the stock market, but crypto down a little bit, down a touch, 108,000 for a Bitcoin. All right, folks. Our own RAV correspondent and host of Law and Border, Ben Bergquam, is in Kerrville, Texas, where he's been reporting on the flood that has claimed at least 90 people now. Ben, give us the latest, and we want you had a quick chat with Ted Cruz in a second. Just get us up to speed, latest minute or so.
Yeah, it's as you mentioned, up to 90. Anticipated to go higher. Asked the question, what's the total universe of missing? I've been asking that all weekend, and I said they said they still couldn't give me an answer of total missing, but I followed up with, are we talking dozens or hundreds? And they said a lot, so it would lead you to believe it's towards the larger number. That's really where we're at. Just we've entered that phase of recovery rather than rescue. After 72 hours, it's very rare to find somebody still alive, but we're still praying for that. And that's what we're asking. Pray for the community. Absolute devastation. You can see behind me. I mean, we've been covering it all weekend. To think that I would be underwater right now is just really unfathomable. It's really incredible.
It's scary. It's scary. And, you know, one of the most disgusting things we've been seeing, there's still people out there. We're still looking for bodies. And the left-wing media, I think of Stephanopoulos, I think of Dana Bash, pointing a finger at Trump already. I mean, there are people still missing right now. You had a chance to talk to Senator Ted Cruz about this and other things. Let's take a little bite of the soundbite that you sent us.
You asked about the politicization, and you're right. With any tragedy, there are people that try to play politics with it. They try to blame their political opponents, and in today's partisan world, if there's a hurricane, if there's a tornado, if there's a flood, there are some who want to say it's all Donald Trump's fault because everything bad they say is Donald Trump's fault. I think that is wrong. It is inappropriate, and I think most people don't want to see partisan finger pointing. What they want to see is let's come together and let's get through this. And then afterwards, after we rebuild, there does need to be a process of carefully looking back and saying, okay, what could have been done differently to save more lives? How could the response have been better? We know that the warnings went out from the National Weather Service just after 1 a.m. and just after 4 a.m. Obviously, most people were asleep then, and they missed those warnings. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a conversation. We know floods will occur, natural disasters occur. How can we be better at being proactive? And in hindsight, everyone would agree that we should not have had little girls, particularly 7- and 8-year-old, the youngest girls on the camp, in cabins right by the river's edge as the flood warnings were coming out. And in hindsight, I hope we have a better system to have an early warning and then act proactively to remove the children, remove anyone vulnerable from harm's way to prevent this loss of life. That's a reasonable and, in fact, very important conversation to have, but it shouldn't be in the context of just trying to score political points. It should be learning lessons.
And you know, Ben, I'm going to throw it to you, but very quickly, I've been watching Weather Channel all day, and all these folks are saying this thing happened so fast. This water rose something like 3 feet in a matter of 45 minutes. So any warning system would never have been able to get these people out of harm's way in time. But go ahead, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, no, you're right. Living in Arkansas, we get the same weather patterns that Texas gets, and it's so unpredictable. They can predict torrential downpour, and all of a sudden it's blue skies and sunny. This is what we've come to expect, and so to go from 3 inches to 4 inches to 15 to 20 inches, you cannot predict that. And once that happens, the biggest problem is where do you go? Because all the other roads could be flooded too. So do you leave? Do you get all these little kids up at 3 in the morning and have them trudge through the woods? What do you do with these kids? All the second guessing, the Monday morning quarterbacking from totally disingenuous people, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And as Ted Cruz says, we need to look at some of these things in hindsight, look at what can be done in the future. But some of these things you can't predict. And that's just, unfortunately, the reality of life.
Yeah, and we hear the chopper coming in, these search and rescues, and unfortunately recovery efforts are on way. Ben Bergquam, thank you. Stay safe, my friend. Please stay out of harm's way. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, folks. We'll go back to Ben as the week goes on and things information comes out. A little while ago, I had a chance to sit down with Mike Bentz. We talked a little bit about this Epstein debacle, what's going on. Take a listen. All righty, switching gears just a little bit, the Department of Justice, and guess what, folks, how one DOJ official was told to back off Epstein because he belonged to, quote, intelligence. So Jeffrey Epstein received a plea deal in 2008. We knew about that. My next guest delves into this and Epstein's connection to USAID. Happy to have the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mr. Mike Bentz, to join us again. Mike, tell us, just break this down for us. There are so many theories circling. One is that Epstein was an intelligence asset. Another is there was never really a client list. And there's another one, yet another one is there is, but it is way too damaging for both sides. Yeah. What do you think is really going on here, my friend?
Well, there's two separate lines of inquiry I think the public wants to know about the Epstein story. One is the extent of the network, and this is where you get questions around the existence of a potential client list. We obviously know that there was the so-called Little Black Book that came out in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. That evidently contained names and addresses, but didn't formally link them as clients. There was a belief there was a client list based on Pam Bondi's statement several months ago that it was sitting on her desk, but now that appears to be potentially a misstatement, and the official word that we are, well, semi-official. The DOJ has not yet acknowledged this new Axios report claiming that the DOJ's internal memos are indicating that there's no client list, that Epstein committed suicide and the like. But what I think is kind of the meta question that hangs over all of this is the question around Epstein's links to intelligence and the use of Epstein and the Epstein network for covert funding of intelligence activity. That is a question that's intricately linked today to the restructuring of USAID. Just last week, USAID folded up and its remaining portfolio merged with the U.S. State Department, largely because the USAID as an independent agency was engaged in all sorts of rogue money laundering activity and was effectively setting its own foreign policy and running operations without the White House knowing about it. Now, the Epstein story that I think the public really should be focused on in the midst of the Justice Department investigation is specifically around the intelligence links. Jeffrey Epstein, while he's famous for the child trafficking allegations that are sort of the big headlines and what turned so many eyes here, Jeffrey Epstein is really was a Wall Street hedge fund mover and shaker, and got his start in the business after leaving Bear Stearns in 1981, starting a group called Intercontinental Asset Group, which was a one-man consultancy serving high net worth individuals, principally Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi weapons dealer, who was the money man for the illegal and the scandal that really dogged the Reagan administration called Iran-Contra, which was when the Congress had barred any use of taxpayer funds in order to provide economic assistance to the Nicaraguan Contras in a regime change operation against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. And there was a congressional ban on sales of weapons to Iran because of the 1979 Act. And the White House ran a covert operation using offshore financiers and hid it from congressional oversight through this web of effectively laundered funds. This all came out in congressional hearings and lasted almost the duration of the Reagan presidency. But Jeffrey Epstein was the money fixer.
Listen, I don't want to interrupt you, Mike. I just want to stay on, the present right now, because a lot of MAGA folks were hoping and looking for some perp walks. We wanted to see if there was members of Congress or higher, former administration officials who were involved. Epstein cut a deal in 2008 and basically, got a slap on the wrist. And then there's other things, Mike. Ghislaine Maxwell is behind bars now. Are we saying that, I don't know, if there's no client list, and maybe should she even be behind bars if there is no actual client list?
Right. So what we're left with the official explanation on that is that because there's no client list, the Justice Department is saying that effectively all of the child sex trafficking and prostitution charges were effectively to Jeffrey Epstein. And I know that's something that obviously I think is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe, because you're talking about a large volume of young women. And if Jeffrey Epstein was the sole customer, that's a lot of girls for one guy. And so that obviously is something that does not sit well, I think, with much of the public, hearing that Ghislaine Maxwell is behind bars for 20 years, all servicing Jeffrey Epstein and just Jeffrey Epstein, especially when the sweetheart deal cut by Alex Acosta in 2008, the plea deal explicitly encompassed all co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, so that no one else who was a part of the network could be criminally prosecuted. And of course, the point that I was driving at earlier, though, is that I think that a lot of people are looking at the FBI in this story when they really should be looking at the CIA, because Jeffrey Epstein was intimately involved 44 years ago at the start of his career, really, in what is known as intelligence work by official historians in the Iran-Contra affair. So at least at that point, you should be able to pull CIA files to see all CIA analyst memos and planning documents around the structuring of that operation. And you're going to have Jeffrey Epstein in a code name there. They won't say Epstein by name, but you can simply go to the index, and you should be able to find him as far back as 1981.
I got about a minute. If Epstein was an intelligence asset, are Pam Bondi and Kash Patel doing the right thing by keeping some of these things under wraps? I guess that's the $64,000 question.
Well, the big $128,000 question on top of that is, what even are they doing on that? All we've heard about are statements from the FBI and a leaked document to Axios from the Justice Department. What conversations has Pam Bondi had with John Ratcliffe? What search queries have gone into the CIA search files in order to pull documents about Jeffrey Epstein and the intelligence relationship? We're hearing about security cameras. We're hearing about client list, no client list. Everyone wants to know, was Alex Acosta's statement reported by Vicky Ward in 2019? Was that true or not? What has the Justice Department, what conversations have they had with the CIA? Has the CIA turned over any documents at all? Has the Justice Department even asked for them? It's disturbing. We don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, we don't. We need that. There's a lot more answers, and a lot more questions. The further down this road we go, the more questions arise, especially since there was that, remember the binders that Attorney General Pam Bondi handed out to Jack Posobiec and a couple of the other folks. It just feels, we just need some answers. Mike Bentz, we're not going to get him today, but we will love to stay on this with you going forward. Mike Bentz, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, before I hit the break, I just want to let you know, tomorrow we'll be doing a Bolling special, Protecting America's Food Supply, from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's amazing. I'm going to sit down with Brooke Rollins and Pete Hegseth. What do you think of that? You don't want to miss tomorrow. I got the great John Solomon sitting next to me right after the break. All right, folks, happy to be here in D.C. with my next guest, the CEO and editor-in-chief of Just the News, No Noise, the great John Solomon. John, happy to be here with you here in D.C. Yeah. Tell us about this new thing you published. This is really fascinating. I love this.
Yeah, listen, there are two parts to the deep state when you look at how they carried out the last 10 years of political interference. One is the bureaucrats, and then the people that the bureaucrats leak to in the media. And, of course, the Russia collusion story wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for the New York Times and Washington Post running way beyond the facts and creating the aura that there was a scandal when there's not there. They won Pulitzers. Donald Trump has sued the Pulitzer Committee because in 2022, the Pulitzer Committee said, those stories are all fine. And Donald Trump, no, they're not. Listen, everything's been debunked by John Durham. They still put the statement out saying the awards stand. Donald Trump sued him for defamation. He's moving forward in Florida. I went through the court file over the weekend. You see some pretty extraordinary things in this thing. First off, Donald Trump wasn't the first person to complain about the accuracy of the articles. They got 2 complaints before Donald Trump came in, maybe 5 or 6 total, which means other people had the same concerns as Donald Trump. 2, you see the Pulitzer Committee's own depositions. They don't agree with each other. Journalists are supposed to get their story straight before they go forward with things. They're all over the map on certain factual explanations. And 3, journalists who spend all day arguing for transparency. The Pulitzer Committee doesn't want to tell us who did the reviews. They don't want to make public the reviews of why they are standing by the awards. They don't want to even give us the names of people that were involved in the reviews. So you see journalism sort of living by rules for thee, but not for me.
This is kind of, it feels like it's like the celebrity award shows. Like they're
right.
all on one side. It's just for themselves. It's not like what's the best real actual movie or the best actor. It's who do we need to give an award to who's on our side.
That's right. That's exactly what the Pulitzer become for a long time now. But in this case, they gave awards to two institutions whose stories are inaccurate. And one of the stories that are in the package, I focus on in today's story, it's a 2017 article that says Donald Trump wouldn't accept the Intelligence Committee's belief that Putin had interfered specifically to help him get elected. Donald Trump always was doubtful of that. It turns out he wasn't the only person doubtful of that. We now know from the great information that John Ratcliffe, his new CIA director, put out, that the senior leaders of the CIA also had doubts about that assessment, specifically pegging it on the Steele dossier, which we know to be discredited. Well, John Brennan gave a lot of testimony to Congress. His testimony conflicts directly with this new evidence.
Stop right here. I love it. I remember this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Brennan, you could see him lying through his teeth, swearing under oath, talking. Can't he be held accountable? Like legitimately be held accountable with perp walk, lying to Congress?
So he gives 2 testimonies. 2017, that's outside the statute of limitations. Now 8 years, he gets a walk on that one. But in 2023, Matt Gaetz, for some reason, strayed off a topic in the House Judiciary Committee and pinned John Brennan down just 2 years ago. That's in the statute of the 5-year statute of limitations. In that testimony, he said 2 things. The FBI wanted it in there, not me. And 2, I didn't overrule anyone. Well, the documents show he asked for it to be in, and he did overrule 2 of his experts who said, we don't believe the Steele dossier should be included in the Intelligence Committee.
So they was going to do it.
They got him.
If anyone's going to do it, this Department of Justice can and should, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to have Jim Jordan on my show tonight. We're going to ask him, it was his committee that took this testimony. Is he referring him?
Jim is amazing. They're great. But I will tell you, I'll speak for the folks. We need the recommendation for the investigation for the DOJ.
That's right. The DOJ's got to do the work.
They got it.
Pam Bondi, the ball's in Pam Bondi's court. Listen, it's not going to be hard to figure this one out. You got his words. You got the emails. It's a pretty clear-cut case.
Pam, let's talk about the other elephant in the room right now.
Yes.
Is there an Epstein list? Do you think there is? And really, what's going on here?
Yeah, my reporting are 2 things. One, all the reporting I've done does indicate that the evidence points to a suicide. Now, I've done, and actually 20 years ago, actually got a case reopened and proved that a man who originally was concluded to have died by suicide in prison was in fact murdered. Family even won a settlement as a result of the reporting I did. In this case, you're missing a lot of that evidence. You don't see that. I think most of the evidence leans towards suicide. The second part of it is, I think what Jeffrey Epstein did is he had a phone book of all his people. He knew in his head who were the clients and who were just the friends, and he was never going to put that on paper because it would be like writing down a confession. So I think the anticipation that there was going to be a list that said this guy I paid this much money for this girl. It wasn't going to be. There's no way Epstein was going to be that dangerous and put that on paper. So I think Pam Bondi probably raised expectations a little bit, and then it didn't quite turn out to be what we thought. That said, I think you're going to get the rest of the documents. We're starting to get them now. It is what it is. I think,
I asked Mike Benz if this is the case, if there is no actual list, and he did commit suicide. And he was an answer or not. Should Ghislaine Maxwell be in prison right now?
She looks like she was pretty involved in what went on, right? And you look at the record of evidence, she clearly knew and was facilitating what he was doing. I think the greatest missed opportunity for people want to go back and say, we're really disappointed. Where should we put our anger at? It's in 07, 08, when the Justice Department did the first investigation. They could have gone so much deeper. The Bush Justice Department took a dive, and I think they let the entire country down when they did that.
Well, they gave him a slap on the wrist.
They sure did.
He was worried about going away for maybe life or dozens of years or decades. And what did he do, like 6 months or something?
And that's where they could have got the financial records. That's where they could have really shown who was paying what.
Right. You lean into someone hard, they start turning things over.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Listen, there's a lot more that still has to be disclosed. And I think that this record of getting information out so we can decide whether more prosecution should occur. There's a lot of things about Ukraine impeachment that we now look back at the testimony. It looks like there was a lot of false testimony there. There's a lot of things in the intelligence community that occurred with Afghanistan. People need to be held accountable. There's a lot of places to go.
John,
starts with discovery.
Folks, this guy is so connected. The information that you bring, John, thank you so much.
It's a great honor to have you, Tom.
Appreciate you on the show. Thank you, John. All right, folks, let's bring in a good friend of ours, good friend of the show. Let's listen
When
to
we
this
first heard the 555, and we've been hearing you on RAV for quite a while, and we finally made that decision, but I have lost 53 pounds since we started.
Okay, my weight change was 17 pounds. I'm melting away. Well, the cool thing is we are 86 inches closer together. And we tell everybody it has brought us together, but not just physically, spiritually as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Your program is absolutely amazing.
This has been an awesome journey so far.
Well, that was a look at another happy couple who took the 555 challenge. Most people think of health as just weight or weight loss or energy, but 2 studies published in the Journal of Health and Human Behavior demonstrate that health really affects everything, our relationships, everything we do. For more information on this and the 555 challenge, let's bring in the founder of Energize Health, John Jubilee. John, tell us the latest on what we're finding. Again, let's just talk about it. What is the 555 challenge? How can folks get involved?
Well, hey, great to see you, Eric. And yeah, the 555 challenge, one of the funnest things that Chelsea and I get to do together. We simply offer people an opportunity to come and spend 5 cups of coffee. It's like having 5 cups of coffee together. Costs $5. It's 5 days. We spend about an hour together, but we walk people through, what is the connection between your relationship, your relationships? How do you have healthy relationships? How do you get healthy at the cellular level so that you make sure that you're going to be around for those people that you love? I was with a group of men this morning. I have a men's group, and one of the guys, his dad, he lost him at 54. Another one lost his dad at 44. The guy's dropping dead early. You got to be around for the people in your life. And so let's find out, what are the strategies that are sustainable in life? We've all done these crazy diets, Eric, and and everybody's lost some weight, but most of the time we just lose water. We gain it all back because we've all made the same mistakes. And the other thing on the 555 is we teach people what are the 5 things to never do again, to never fail again. So one of the most right things we can do is not to do the wrong thing.
So intracellular hydration. Hydration is directly affected by salt intake. I'm just going to throw it out. John, is salt good? Is it bad for us? How do we regulate it? And what does Energize Health tell us to do regarding salt?
Well, Jesus said you're the salt of the earth. So I'm pretty sure salt's a good thing. I'm pretty sure it's a good thing. If he said you're the salt of the earth, and he meant it in a good way. So salt and potassium are the 2 natural electrolytes that God created. So everybody tries to create all these fancy drinks, and Gatorade, started putting. But if you look at it, It comes down to, yes, we do need salt. There is an amount we need, but it's directly proportionate to how much intracellular hydration we have. So the first thing we have to know is, well, how much intracellular hydration do I have so I know how much salt I can take safely? And the more intracellular hydration you have, frankly, the more salt you can have. You actually can get to a point, where you can have all the salt that you want. Because that intercellular hydration is like a river of living water flowing through your body, and it'll just flush out any excess salt that you have. So salt is a good thing for sure.
That's great. And the really good thing is that Energize Health will take a holistic approach to all these different things, all the questions the folks may have. Just check it out, Energize Health. John Jubilee, appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. And Eric, it's my555challenge.com for people for this one. It's my555 challenge, a little different than the normal website. So thank you so much for having us on.
Insanely good, John. Good to talk to you. We'll talk to you again very, very soon. Folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes. All right, get the gringos out. Get the gringos out. Sorry, not my words, folks. Imagine the irony of Mexican people wanting Americans to get out of their own country. Do you know that Mexicans in Mexico City are out protesting right now against Americans immigrating to Mexico? Mexicans are protesting against rich Americans buying and renting properties in Mexico City. They're accusing Americans of causing a housing crisis in Mexico City. They're shouting about Americans refusing to learn Spanish and debasing the native culture of Mexico. Oh, the irony is so thick. You see, apparently the Americans aren't assimilating and the Mexicans are not having it. Just look at the scenes in Mexico City a couple of days ago. Well, what do we have there? Looky. So now Mexicans are protesting foreigners, Americans, changing their culture and driving up housing costs. Welcome to what Americans have been dealing with Mexico for decades with your folks coming over the border. Rioters in Mexico City demand that Americans stop immigrating to their country and, quote, stop stealing their homes. You can't make this stuff up.
Gente que viene de otros países, en su mayoría extranjeros, a querer imponer su cultura, sus precios y desplazar a los mexicanos, a los nativos de estas tierras.
Vengo porque la gentrificación solo es un paso más a la colonización, a los despojos y a que exploten nuestros recursos.
Gringo. In case you missed it, yes, someone actually spray painted "Kill a Gringo" on that wall there. Did you see that? You see, locals are fuming. They're actually fuming at Americans imposing our culture, American culture, on Mexicans and taking over, so to speak. Some went as far as to say gringos should be killed while others told them to get out of Mexico. You see, since COVID, American digital nomads, they're called, have been flocking to Mexico City, and the locals don't like it at all. They don't like any of these foreigners in their country, namely Americans who are overstaying their visas. You just can't make this up. Guys, the people of Mexico who've been flooding into this country for years, both legally and mostly illegally, by the millions, well, they've had it with us. So hundreds of unruly demonstrators held a protest in Mexico City against the gentrification of their neighborhoods, which is playing a role in rising housing prices. So what happens? Mexicans accused Americans of stealing their homes and imposing their culture, our culture, American culture, on Mexico City. Mexican nationalists, leftists, and Antifa attacked businesses to demand that Americans and foreigners, hasta la vista, leave. Mobs of protesters waving "Fueras Gringos," that means get rid of all gringos, banners targeting banks and American businesses, chanting, "This is how we do it, comrades," as they trash United States interests on foreign soil. I mean, what are they so angry about? A white American who's fed up with Republicans and is crippled with Trump-Deranged syndrome moves to Mexico City to start a new life. He illegally immigrates there. Maybe he gets a free hotel room, never even tries to learn Spanish, maybe even opens up a Texas barbecue truck with American flags flying everywhere. Oh, and he has 10 children. But don't worry, welfare helps foot the bill on all that. Oh, and he somehow managed to vote in Mexican elections. But relax. What are you so angry about? Oh, this is because he's white. I get it. Well, you must be racist then, right? It's because Mexicans don't want white people in their country. Well, how dare they? It doesn't matter if they're in there illegally or legally. It doesn't matter if they're sucking your resources dry or vote illegally in your elections. If you're okay and not okay, well, you must be racist if you're against white people doing it. Got it. Okay. Shout out to the Department of Homeland Security for this post. And I'm quoting, "If you're in the United States illegally and wish to join the next protest in Mexico City, use the CBP Home app to facilitate your departure." Well done, Kristi Noem. By all means, because here's a fact. Most Americans want all, not some, all undocumented immigrants gone from this country. Watch.
You see real uniformity. Deporting all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times, Marquette 64%, CBS News 57%, ABC News with a slightly different question 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
He said all. Even CNN has to admit it. A majority of Americans want people who came here into this country illegally to be deported, period. End of story. The big beautiful bill, gives ICE $45 billion for detaining illegals. That's more than it got in the last 15 years combined. Millions more in funding for ICE and DHS to undo years of the Democrat-endorsed illegal invasion of this country. But that's racist, Eric. Meanwhile, Mexico City has a population of over 9 million, and there's a maximum of 10,000 of these American digital nomads living in the city. 10,000. 10,000. You check New York and L.A. lately? And so Mexicans respond with violent rioting. A quarter of all people with Mexican heritage live in the United States, and we're supposed to be fine with that? But it doesn't matter. We're held to different standards, you see, because if we want to preserve our country, our culture, our resources, our homeland, and defend Americans, that's not okay with them because you see, or on the left, it's not okay, because on the left, they'll call you xenophobic when white people are the ones expressing it. Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you see the hypocrisy? I hope so. All right, if you're stressed out about back taxes, maybe you missed the deadline, the April 15th deadline, or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can help take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't even filed in years. Got messy books? No problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it up with direct access to the powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. More importantly, they'll help you protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. Folks, we've seen bold moves out of Washington since President Trump took office. Fast action, real results. But there's one thing you can't outsource to government: looking out for your own financial future. If you watch what's happening, rising inflation, out of control debt, global uncertainty, it's time to diversify. That's why, personally, I really do. I trust Birch Gold Group. Gold has surged over 40% in the past 12 months alone. Central banks around the world are buying gold at record levels. Why? Because gold holds value. When paper paper money just doesn't. With Birch Gold, it's easy to convert your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA, or to buy physical, actual, real gold coins and bars and store it at home if you want. That's what I do. They walk you through every single step. Just text the word America to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no cost, no obligation, just smart information. Again, text the word America to 989898. Take control of your financial future now. Alrighty, something's going on. Take a look at this New York Post headline, will you? Quoting, Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a client list and committed suicide. DOJ and FBI say in findings that debunk conspiracy theories. I'm sorry, what was that now? Tell me that again one more time. So basically, after many, many years, decades actually, of hearing about the elusive Epstein flight logs, client lists, we're just now being told that everything we thought we knew about this man, well, just wasn't true. What happened to this?
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway. We don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
Just got to hear it, got to know it. Give us the flight logs. I know we've seen some of it. Give us the little black book. Just give us the names. I don't know. Let someone else. Let Ben's or Solomon. These guys are investigative reporters. They'll find it. Obviously, Pam Bondi has been at the center of this chaos surrounding the public release of any Epstein-related information. She's been very confident in the sheer amount of evidence that this administration immediately acquired on Jeffrey Epstein. Watch.
Said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that they still haven't heard from you?
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
So, call me crazy. You know, I trust Alina Habba and Pam Bondi. I think they're two of the most credible and trustworthy people that work with President Trump. But even Melinda Gates, remember her? She was confident enough in her hatred for Epstein and his island that she divorced Bill Gates, the billionaire, second richest man in the world. Remember this?
You know, it was also widely reported that Bill had a friendship or business or some kind of contact with Jeffrey Epstein, and that you were not, that was very upsetting to you. Did that play a role in the divorce at all in this process?
Yeah, as I said, it's not one thing. It was many things. But I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, no.
And you made that clear to him?
I made that clear to him. I also met Jeffrey Epstein exactly one time.
Did you?
Yes, because I wanted to see who this man was. And I regretted it from the second I stepped in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards.
Trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, as the Jeffrey Epstein flight log release seemingly gets further and further away, Elon Musk decided to launch his own political party. The reactions have been all over the board. Let's start with a warning message from Scott Bessent on CNN.
I let you go. It's not a big secret that you had your differences with Elon Musk when he was working in the administration. He announced this weekend that he is starting a new political party. Does that worry the Trump administration?
Look, the principles of Doge were very popular. I think if you looked at the polling, Elon was not. So I believe that the boards of directors at his various companies wanted him to come back and run those companies, which he is better at than anyone. So I imagine that those board of directors did not like this announcement yesterday and will be encouraging him to focus on his business activities, not his political activities.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You know, I'm going to have to agree with Scott Bessent right there. Listen, Elon's great. I love Elon Musk. But, you know, he should really focus on Tesla. You hear what happened? Tesla stock today lost $68 billion. Tesla stock in one day, $68 billion when he announced this idea to run a third party in America. I don't really get it. Jamie Raskin loves to tell us not to trust our lying eyes, yet he himself tends to lie about everything. Every event, everything captured on video, like the LA riots, which he still thinks were totally, peaceful protests. Listen.
Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass had the situation under control in California. It was like massive, nonviolent, peaceful protests, and then there was an 8 or 10 block area where there were riots happening, and they dealt with it. They've got the police power there. They've got the chief of police. They didn't need Donald Trump coming in, but of course, he didn't see riots happening 6 blocks away from where he was on January 6, 2021.
Yeah, no riots. No, just peaceful protests, just like 2020. Jamie Raskin. Folks, liberals are just nuts. Gavin Newsom, speaking of nutty liberals, finally offered his take on Trump's new Alligator Alcatraz migrant detention center. Unsurprisingly, the California governor, not a big fan of the idea. Well, listen to Gavin Newsom, as Trump would say.
I know I made a comment about the Alcatraz alligator. That was just, these are flim-flammers. They're not serious people. What an embarrassment. Imagine the rest of the world looking at that. Mocking people, saying, well, if you're going to run, zig and zag. The President of the United States of America. I revere that office. We all should. Founding fathers didn't live and die to see that show. What an embarrassment. $450 million a year of wasted tax money for pure theater. So, there's strong opinions, but we'll continue to push back in very aggressive ways.
You know, Alligator Alcatraz reminds me of, remember Joe Arpaio, the great sheriff in Arizona? He used to put his inmates in teepees and make them wear pink jumpsuits. Guess what? No one wanted to do that, so they stayed out of trouble. I don't know. Maybe Alligator Alcatraz will stop people from coming over across the border illegally. Karen Bass, remember her, mayor of L.A., the woke deranged mayor of L.A., I should say, also decided to give her take on Florida's new detention center. Let's not forget, her city is falling apart by the day, largely due to her mayoral incompetence and the governor you just heard from there. Yeah, apparently she's got time to meddle in Florida, which is doing very, very well. Florida's business. Here's Karen Bass on how Trump's latest innovation makes her mad.
Let me just say that I know that LA is the test ground. We're the petri dish for the experiment to see how much will the American people tolerate. But even polling has shown that even amongst Trump supporters who agree with the policy are not in favor of some of the just inhumane tactics. Today he's having a press conference at Alligator Alcatraz in Florida, where they're essentially building a tent city, and to secure that, they put it where it's surrounded by water with alligators and pythons in it. I mean, if it wasn't so inhumane, it would be laughable. But this is the United States, and in a minute, it's going to be difficult to recognize our country.
But what's inhumane? I was there, the brand new beds. It's beautiful. Don't leave. It won't be inhumane. Don't break out. Get deported home. That's the whole point. Karen Bass, maybe you should try that in California, you lunatics. All right, before we go to break, I want to let you know we'll be doing a big show tomorrow, Bolling show. It's a special Protecting America's Food Supply. Look at that full screen right there. We're going to have Pam. Look at this crew that I'm going to talk to tomorrow. I have a sit down with Brooke Rollins, and I'm also getting a few minutes with Pete Hegseth, still working on Pam and Christy, but we'll let you know. But we'll bring it all to you tomorrow. Don't miss it. You're not going to want to miss it. Also, voicemails are coming up next. You got that full screen, 888-601-0032, toll free. Always tell us what you're thinking. So we got some great ones. About 500 came in between Thursday and today. Maybe even a little more. I got to some of them. I can't say I got to all of them, but we're going to play some of the good ones for you coming up next. Let's do this, Mad Dog. Let's do this, my friend. We got some voicemail, got some good ones today. Listen, folks, sent 500 or 600 in. I got to some of them, I'd say about half. Still working through them, but I can't get them all up. I got some fun ones. Mad Dog, what do you got first?
This is someone that says the big beautiful bill having strategic petroleum reserve money.
Do it.
Yeah, Eric, just wanted to point out to you that the big beautiful bill does have $171 million in it to help refill the strategic oil reserve. Thought you'd be happy to hear that.
Yeah, I am very happy to hear that, sir, and you're 100% right, but we need a lot more. And again, I talked to the chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and she says it costs $60-70 billion to do what I suggest. I said, Susie, you're not spending it. You're taking it from the Treasury and you're putting it over in the strategic. It's still an asset. You're just moving from cash into an asset. We're not spending it, and Trump likes it. So I'm hoping, and it would cost tens of billions to do it. I hope we do it because it will help energy security. Mad Dog, what do you got?
This is a viewer that says the Portland Trailblazers, the basketball team, drafted a Chinese national.
Listen to this, folks. This is a good one.
The National Basketball Association, Portland Trailblazers. Their first draft choice in the recent draft was a 7-foot Chinese national. You know what that means. How many teams are in the NBA? How many teams fly out of major airports across the country? How many of those major airports are right next to a United States military base, like here at Portland International? We've got the Oregon Air Guard fighter wing. How many millions of dollars did the communist China pay the Trailblazers to get their insider into the country? Just wondering. Just wonder if you realize what they've done. Chill. Portland, Oregon. Right. I'm trying to be good.
He's trying to be good. Yeah, I can't say that the Chinese paid the Portland Trailblazers, but they did get a 7-foot guy, which I tend to think maybe they did to win games. However, you're right, though. How many Chinese people are working? There's 30 teams in the NBA, by the way, in the NFL. You got the Major League Baseball. How many Chinese nationals are getting in and out with certain sort of immunity? I'm a little nervous about that, too, especially with the proximity our airports they tend to share runways, or at least areas, with military airports, Air Force, Navy Air, whatever. Yeah, it's a great question. Mad Dog, got one?
This is L.A. ticked off about illegal immigration.
Good.
Hi, I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I just wanted to tell you I'm disgusted with Karen Bass and how she says that she's protecting the people away from ICE, and she talks about the immigrants that, oh, they can't go to work and everything else. Well, if they can't go to work and if they have a job, they have to have a Social Security number. If they're illegal, they don't have one, so that means they've stolen identities, and they have to do the same thing to get medical insurance. And also, we have all these street vendors that have been raided supposedly. Well, what about those street vendors? They don't have to have any county public health inspections. There's people touching the food, breathing on the food, and it's taken the business away from the local restaurants in my community that have been there for years and years and pay rent and taxes. So that's what I'm ticked off about.
Yeah, listen, you're 100% right. And unfortunately, the lunatics running California, your state, I feel sorry for you. Move to Texas, move to Florida. They let illegals get Social Security cards without even being citizens. It's insane. It's insane what they do. They get driver's license. They even vote. It's nuts what's going on in California. Let's get to this. Let's get to Timmy D. You got Timmy D, Mad Dog?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Eric, it's Timmy D in Columbus, Ohio. I really enjoy your show, and I'm glad you have this format for leaving comments. So we need to do something about the unholy trinity of Hakeem, AOC, and Imam. Give them a lie detectors test. So the first question, have you received financial benefit from any foreign or domestic organizations or individuals that promote anti-American agendas? Question number 2, do you denounce jihad on America and will you uphold the morals and ethics of our founding fathers as stated in the Constitution and Declaration of Independence? God bless you, brother.
God bless you too, my friend. And great idea. Give them a lie detector test, see how they pass or fail. Those two very important questions. But then Timmy D gave us a call back. Listen.
Anyway, here's my little surprise. And Eric Bolling always tells the truth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Timmy D. Mad Dog,